Hello again, and welcome back. I've been expecting you. Search your feelings. It is time for another lore compilation. Today we have compiled all of our lore revolving around Darth, Krayt, his One Sith organization, and the various legacy comics that we've compiled consisting of Krayt within them. Darth Krayt is single-handedly one of the most powerful Force users to have ever existed, ranking within the top 5 without a shadow of a doubt. Darth Krayt almost succeeded in subjugating the entire galaxy, and would have if he was not overthrown. So, my friends, let us commence, and let us see the full lore on Darth Krayt, Dark Lord of the One Sith.
Greetings, curious students of the Force, and acolytes of a galaxy far, far away, and welcome back to the vast embrace of knowledge that our archives provide. I have been expecting you. The Force abilities honed, mastered, practiced, and perfected by the Jedi and Sith, the two major Force-wielding powers in the galaxy throughout galactic history, with others known the Night Sisters, and many other species, like the Sith purebloods, being notable practitioners of the dark side, with other light side orders also rivaling the Jedi, but not being aligned with them. Among these many Dark Lords, one stood out among the rest, and this was Darth Krayt. Darth Krayt had one of the longest lifespans of anyone in the entirety of the Star Wars galaxy, living through the era of the Clone Wars and the High Republic, and until the rise of the Empire, even living to the fall of the Empire, seeing it fall in the culminating event of the Battle of Endor, seeing Darth Sidious and Darth Vader perish, and living for over 130 years after this event. Darth Krayt lived many lifetimes, honing his skills in a Jedi mercenary, and also a Dark Lord of the Sith's ways. Darth Krayt was considered to be one of the most powerful Sith Lords and Force entities ever to inhabit the Star Wars galaxy, with his power being comparable to that of Darth Sidious. Darth Sidious being one of the most powerful Sith of all time, possessing numerous accolades, as such from Darth Vader, and from Luke Skywalker, saying he is the most powerful Sith Lord in the Order's entire history. Also, with Luke claiming that Darth Krayt, and he was fearful of this Dark Lord. However, Darth Krayt, after being killed by Darth Wylarlok in an act of deception and weakness from the Yuzong Rong parasites, being well over 170 years old, had begun to infect his body. Krayt used a dark side practice after being incinerated by Darth Wylarlok in order to regain his physical form and to reanimate his corpse, bolstering his Force ability. All the while, Krayt Skywalker to Darth Talon described this ability as, "I got this crazy healing ability. I can see the weak points in you like little broken red lines. I can see where you got wounded really. Someone smacked you during a sparring session, bet it was Nile. I could heal that hurt. Pour the Force energy into the place where the red lines intersect. Or, and here's a new idea, maybe I could explode that point, kill you. Interesting idea. Should we try?" This ability came to be known as Dark Transfer. It aligned with the dark side of the Force, and this ability almost made Darth Krayt the most powerful Sith in all of Star Wars lore. As I stated before, Darth Krayt, even without this ability, was on par with the likes of Palpatine, who possesses dozens of accolades, claiming him as the most powerful Sith in the Order's entire history. And with further amplification from this ability, he became the rival, and possibly even the superior, to Dark Empire level Sidious. Sidious at his pretty much peak, where he was able to contend with Grandmaster Luke Skywalker in a lightsaber duel and a Force clash. Now, my friends, we shall delve into the ability of Dark Transfer, and deduct why it may be the most dangerous and bolstering Force ability in all of the dark side and Sith history. Cade, if the Force wills the princess die here today, then who are you to stop her death? How do you know it isn't the will of the Force that I save her? Because to do it, you must touch the dark side. You're not accepting the will of the Force. You're imposing your own. Wolf Sazin and Cade Skywalker, in this moment, discuss the latter's intention to save Maurice Savelle, and applying the Force to shatter points. Healing another such through the transfer was regarded by some Jedi as imposing one's own will in defiance of the will of the Force. Dark Transfer, a dark side aligned Force power that allowed the user to heal someone who was on the brink of death, or when used to its full potential and potency. Being able to revive someone who had been dead and had been killed by drawing upon the dark side of the Force, while tapping into the dark side to heal arcs of Force lightning appeared around the user, concentrated around their hands mainly. You don't see them, do you, Skywalker? Red lines of fire, the shadow points of your own tenuous existence. I needed to experience death to understand how you did it, but you showed me how to use this dark transfer of energy, how to heal and how to kill. Darth Krayt and Cade Skywalker conversed many times over this ability, at least one being, the Jedi learner and grandson of Luke Skywalker, Cade Skywalker, manifested the ability rather than learning the technique from another. He first instinctively used healing abilities associated with the light when his Jedi master, Wolf Sazan, was near the brink of death after dueling Darth Nihil, the last Emperor in the Legends continuity timeline. Skywalker will draw upon his rage and fear, touching the dark side and refusal to let someone die. When healing another being through dark transfer, the user perceived wounds or areas of weakness as broken red lines. By pouring the Force into intersections of those lines, the shadow points could be healed. However, the perception of those points could be used to cause harm and induce pain. Instead, when combined with a Force lightning attack, the more damaged the body was, the harder it would be to heal a target from the brink of death. Around 137 ABY, Maurice Savelle was killed by Darth Nihil on Vendaxa, where she bloodily blocked a lightsaber blow aimed at Cade Skywalker, who was frozen as he remembered the massacre at the Jedi Temple on Ossus. Rejecting Sazan's protest, Skywalker drew upon the dark side and returned fell from the brink of death. Darth Krayt, the last great Sith Lord of the Legends timeline, captured Skywalker in hopes of healing the Yuzong Vong parasites that were slowly killing him over many decades. First, Krayt tested Skywalker's healing capabilities. Skywalker purged himself of lethal doses of Ixoquilon, but claimed that he could only heal himself. Krayt brought forward Skywalker's crewmate, Delilah Blue, and Jarisa Sin, who had been infected with deadly coral seeds by Darth Maladi. Although Skywalker had never previously healed two beings at once, he saved both of his friends from the seeds and parasites. Skywalker then used his talents to injure Darth Talon with lightning after she brutally injured him for being imputed to Krayt. When Skywalker accepted Krayt's offer of lessons in using anger for power, he was ordered to heal the damage he had inflicted on Talon. Celeste Morn's Rakghouls infected Skywalker and Aslin Ray with the Rakghoul Plague, which was known to only be curable with the Rakghoul Serum. Morns mentioned that it was like a virus, inspired Skywalker to successfully use his healing ability on his Seth and Rey. Cade Skywalker initially believed he could only utilize his talent for healing by drawing upon the dark side. The Force, ghost of his ancestor Luke Skywalker, urged the young man to be at peace with himself and the unity of the living Force, as did Sazan, so Cade could heal with the light side instead of using the dark. Although Krayt had been murdered by Darth Wylock in a confrontation after he admitted the Yuzong Vong parasites were near killing him, Krayt told Skywalker that experiencing death had given him an understanding of how to use dark transfer to heal and kill, such as Cade Skywalker had bragged about many years prior. Krayt had revived himself from his own death, using this in conjunction with his ability to bolster his connection to the Force 4 times fold. The Sith Krayt believed that he could connect with Cade Skywalker on this moral level, and believed that he could entice the young Jedi to join his one Sith ideology and religion if he knew that they had experienced some of the same ideologies and pain. Krayt's Force Ghost transcended his physical form and taunted Skywalker, saying he would either resurrect himself again using dark transfer and come back with his Force strength unrivaled by any in the history of the galaxy, or would claim Skywalker's body for his own through transferescence, which he had learned through the Darth Andedu and Karnas Mur, two of the most ancient Sith Lords to revolutionize the Order, with Karnas Mur being one of the most powerful founding Sith Lords, alongside Ajunta Paul, and Sorza Sin, and Darth Andedu being the pioneer of many dark side practices, his most famous being essence transference. Skywalker prevented Krayt from using either power by sending the Sith's corpse into Coruscant's sun, making Krayt have no vessel to return to and his spirit completely annihilated for good. Well, that was possibly the most powerful and dangerous Force ability in all of Star Wars, and certainly was the most dangerous ability used by Darth Krayt, and almost made him the most powerful Sith of all time. If Krayt had have returned, and his corpse had not been fired into the sun by Cade Skywalker, then it is unquestionable that Krayt's midichlorian count would have ascended to the ranks and rates of roughly 50,000, making Krayt's natural sensitivity to the Force surpassing even that of the Chosen One, making him a perversion and living extension of the dark side of the Force, making him livingly akin to that of a dark side entity rather than a normal being, making Krayt immeasurably more powerful than even the combined might of the Chosen One, the full potential of Anakin Skywalker, Grandmaster Luke Skywalker, and even the reborn Emperor Palpatine from the Dark Empire comic series. Well, Acolytes, I hope you're enjoying the daily unveiling of holocrons, and unopening and scouring of the Jedi archives, as we tutor you on these ancient dark side practices. Be sure to comment down below if you want me to explore the ancient ways of the Sith, and ensure to comment down below on any videos that you wish to see regarding ancient dark side techniques. I have covered dark transfer in this video, but be sure to transfer your essence into the subscribe button, striking it down and fulfilling your destiny by ascending to the rank of Master on this channel. Goodbye, Acolytes, and I hope that you are not on the receiving end of my horrific dark transfer ability today.
Greetings, cultists and ideologists of the One Sith philosophy. Welcome back to the archive. I have been expecting you. Recently, me and a group of my cultists in the Sith planet of Exegol have been peering into the wellspring of dark side of the Force that is ancient Sith worlds, and also been excavating the tombs to discover research about a myriad of unique and ethereal Dark Lords. One of these Dark Lords I noticed has not been covered in many databases by a multitude of archivists and holocron gatherers was that of Darth Krayt, the Sith Lord who discovered the One Sith and lived for over 180 years. Darth Krayt imposed his will on the galaxy long after the final death of Sidious in Dark Empire. Darth Krayt lived 130 years after the events of the Battle of Yavin, and was only killed and permanently vanquished by Cade Skywalker being caught off guard. As a direct rival to Grandmaster Luke Skywalker and widely considered to be his dark side match, Krayt was no pushover. However, my friends, today we are going to be exploring Krayt interacting with some of my favourite characters in all of the lore. If you have been on this channel for a few weeks, you will know that I love covering videos about the ancient Sith Lords, particular Sith Lords such as Darth Nihilus and Darth Endedu, the Sith who was so paranoid he had eventually led to his own demise 6,000 years later, and Darth Nihilus, the Lord of Hunger, who could manipulate Force drain to such an extent he could cleanse entire worlds of Force energy to augment his own Force power, who also recently starred as the primary antagonist of my Into the Multiverse series. But I have recently learnt that during the Legacy comic issue which I have been rereading, Darth Krayt actually interacted with not just one, not just two, but three ancient Dark Lords in their apparitional holocrons, that being Nihilus, Endedu, and Bane, the infamous Sith Lords of the past that many of you would be familiar with, some of the wisest and the most powerful ancient Sith to ever come from the Order. So my acolytes, let us proceed. One quick note I would like to mention is that I'm going to be doing a voiceover for these characters as we have been doing recently, such as during the Legacy comics that we have been picking out and highlighting points, such as we are doing today, as well as the Dark Empire comics, where I've been going through all of Dark Empire and doing the voices for the characters within this trilogy of comics. One last thing I would like to notice is earlier when one of my cultists was staring into the wellspring of the Force on Korriban, he received a frightening vision that sent him into a traumatic state. He received a vision after coming to his senses that many of the archivists who explore our databases freely have not enlisted themselves with our academies, and if they desire to explore more knowledge, they are implored to use the Force on the subscribe button. So my acolytes, without further ado, let us begin and explore how powerful and how Darth Krayt truly interacted with the holocrons of 1,000 dead-year-old Sith Lords. Korriban, the homeworld, and the graveyard of the Sith. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion I gain strength, through strength I gain power, through power I gain victory. Through victory my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. Dark lords who have gone before, those malevolent wisdom lies sealed within the holocrons. Again I summon you. I open my mind to your teachings. Now, open the secrets of your power. Lord Endedu, Lord Nihilus, Lord Bane, answer me, teach me, such is my will. So the would-be Sith pretender returns. My knowledge is not for you. You are not a Sith, pretender, nor are your rabble. This was my lesson. 2 Sith there should be, no more. One holding power, one desiring it. You defy my teaching. I have improved on it. Instead of 2 Sith now, there is only one, the Sith Order itself. I have recreated the Sith Lord Bane as you once did. I have even given it a purpose, for what use is power without one? Power is its own purpose. To share it is to dilute it. You delude yourself, pretender. Your order will yet turn on itself and you. The heretic comes for the same reason it came last time. Its body is failing it. Fears that which is consuming it. Lord Bane, you mastered the parasites, the obelisks that attack you, that fed on your body as these Yuzong Vong life forms feed on mine. How? Lord Endedu, legend holds your body died, but you used the Force to keep it unified. How? Lord Nihilus, you escaped death by containing your consciousness within your armor. How? Weak-willed pretender, behold your destiny. Let the pretender's fear consume it. No! I take what I desire. I am the living Lord of the Sith. This is not the truth, and it is not my destiny. I forge my own way. I walk a new path, and if you will not serve me, be gone. I will find other teachings, other ways. Well, my acolytes, what did you think of this brief comic breakdown? This video was a rather shorter one to the normal content that we produce, as the normal content we produce is roughly 8 to 10 minutes long, with the longest videos we produce sometimes getting to 50 minutes or over, including our lore compilations. Farewell, my acolytes. I'll see you in a galaxy far, far away. Kneel before the dragon of the Sith, and bow down to the ruler of the Sith Empire, the one Sith, Lord Krayt.
Yes, I've grown from a man to God.
Greetings, fellow acolytes of the Force, and welcome back to the archives. I've been expecting you. Today we are going to be continuing our trend of picking out the greatest excerpts from various comics, including the Legends comics. And specifically, these Legends comics that we are going to be exploring today are that of the Legacy comics. While comics we have done previously have included Dark Empire and previous issues of Legacy, the ones we are bringing you today are quite special. This is one of my favourite moments from all of Legacy, as Cade Skywalker has recently been captured by the Sith and is about to be interrogated for information about his dark transfer ability that sent tremors through the Force by Darth Krayt himself, the most powerful Sith Lord of this era. So my acolytes, adorn yourself in your robes, grab your lightsaber, as we are in the presence of true masters. You know, I can tell that you're really into partying and that you're deeply attracted to me, but I have to warn you, I'm not just into the whole tie-down torture thing. You hear what I'm saying? And I'll only hurt you in the end. Seriously. Interesting. Despite a full day of injections, your body keeps purging itself from the Exceller Kilona. Yeah, babe, got this crazy body chemistry thing going on. Or maybe you're just getting an inferior product. You really need to know your supplier. Could hook you up with some quality death stick merchants. I supply them. No, you use the Force to purge yourself, bending it like your will, like a Sith. Then he realizes the limitations of Jedi teachings. Perhaps you are ready to walk a different path to wisdom, Skywalker. Ah! Did you feel that, my lord? Yes, the power of the dark side, but how much power does he possess? Look at me, Skywalker. Do you know who I am? Yeah, you're the monster who's responsible for my father's death, his and many others to come. I have heard of your healing abilities. I understand you can bring the injured back from the edge of death. You can even purge yourself of a lethal dose of Exceller Kilona. Best trick I got. Too bad I can't do it for nobody else. A pity. Darth Talon, I believe you know our other guests. Cade, let them go. Got nothing to do with me. Anger, good. A useful emotion. Jaria Sin, Dalia Blue, Cade Skywalker's companions. His crew rumor has surfaced of your friend's abilities, that he has healed a dying Marissa Fell when she was wounded by my agent. I need the truth. I trust you will enlighten me. Dunno. Could have been one of the Imperial Knights. I wasn't there. Too busy shooting Sith. I was there. Never happened. If Cade tells you it did, he's got delusions of adequacy. The princess wasn't hurt that bad. You lie! Malady, we will make you instruments of the truth. Darth Malady implanted you both with latent Yuzong Vong coral seeds. Malady's genius is responsible for the mutation and sabotage of the Osus project. Her knowledge of the Vong bioforms is profound. She has melded it with her understanding of the dark side of the Force. Fed dark side energy, the seeds grow at an accelerated rate. The pain is considerably greater than normal. Their depths are imminent. Cade Skywalker, nothing in the galaxy can save them, unless the rumors about you are, in fact, true. Ichukta! Garkin Slimo, you desire your freedom. Very well. Will you hold to your lie, Cade Skywalker, or will you save them? You're insane. I never healed two people at once. Then choose life for one, death for the other. Keep your filthy Jedi mitts off. Don't want none who save Blue. Shut up, Sin. Jedi or not, I never hurt you. Now shut your yaw and let me concentrate. Feel the dark power, my lord. It is raw, but it can be trained, focused, honed. Were he turned to the Sith, his name alone would wield great power. This attempt could kill him. Should we stop this? No, I must see the limit of his power. Skywalker, hear me. Your hatred for me, for the Sith, is palpable. That's good. Hate can sustain you, make you stronger, as it did me. Use it. Shut up, you killed my father. I want nothing from you. It is done. Your friends are healed. You have power, Skywalker. Join me and I will teach you to use that power. Not interested. You will serve or you will all die, and this will have all been for nothing. Counter offer. You want me alive. I can feel that. My friends go free and safe. I stay. I listen. Maybe I reconsider. Bargaining assumes we are equals. We are not. But you impress me. Your friends have small, petty lives unworthy of such a loyalty of respect. Their continued existence means nothing to me save for their connection to you. Give me your word to remain here, and listen further, and I will give my word to free them. I'm supposed to trust a Sith? You have no other choice. Then I guess we have a bargain. Darth Talon, make sure these two are escorted outside the temple precincts. Assure their safety, and then leave them. This is my will. Kate, no! Better all die than you go with them. You got no right. I won't be on you. Deal's done. You owe me nothing. You can't owe the dead. The Sith Temple. First you forget about me for a few days. Now I'm a parade in my honor. I'm touched. Lord Nile, Lord Malady, you are to wait out here.
No, I guard a dangerous prisoner, Lord Wylock, as one of Darth Krayt's hands. My presence is necessary.
Lord Krayt has determined it is not only Darth Talon, the prisoner, and myself are to enter. You question Darth Krayt's direct order. It is because you were not born Sith.
What does that matter?
Darth Talon was born and raised a Sith on Korriban. She has known no other life. You, Lord Nile, began as a warlord on your own backwater world before you became an initiate of the Sith. You have always had your own ambitions. You still have them.
I have proven my loyalty and my worth countless times, and never more than when leading the assault on Osas. I earned my place as a hand. I slew many Jedi that day, including Cole Skywalker. You were intended to be Lord Krayt's fist, his military leader. You are only a hand because your predecessor died prematurely and Talon was not yet ready. You were born Sith, yet you stand here with me.
Our Lord keeps his own secrets, and we, as loyal Sith, are bound to obey without question. Still, one cannot help but wonder at any mystery, and this one. What is it that Krayt wants with this Skywalker? Why not just kill him outright? Eat, drink. No, it's not poison. If I wanted you dead, you'd already be 3 days with the Force. Treat a prisoner nasty, then treat him nice. Old trick. As you say, an old trick. Everybody has them, including Jedi. What do you know about the Jedi besides wanting them all exterminated? I know better than you suspect. Their extermination was and is necessary. They are agents of chaos, murked and blinded by the light side of the Force. They have never understood and often denied the impeccable order of the Sith. And yet I honor them. Your father's lightsaber, encased in transparency, and given a place of honor to mark a fallen but esteemed foe. This ritual may be beyond your understanding. It is something my people taught me. To follow your code is honorable, even for those as misguided as the Jedi. Your hate does not surprise me. I myself knew hate when my father died, but I had to bury it for a long time. Being Jedi required me to do that. What? You're saying that you were once a Jedi? Don't look so amazed. The Sith were always born and reborn within the ranks of the Jedi. Like you, my father was a Jedi, and he trained me in their ways. I grew in understanding and power, and made myself into Darth Krayt, but I was born Asherad Het. Well, my acolytes, that's personally where we're going to leave it here. Be sure to check out the community post and my Versus channel named Star Wars Versus. I'm trying to upload more on it, but it's very hard to find time with basically having a full life devoted to making content for you guys. Farewell, my acolytes. I'll see you in a galaxy far, far away. Keep your wits about you and kneel before the dragon of the Sith.
Greetings, servants of the will of the Force, dangerous mercenaries who roam the Star Wars galaxy, and Jedi Knights of the Order, and welcome back to the embrace of knowledge of our vast archives. I have been expecting you. Darth Krayt, born Asherad Het, and Darth Sidious, born Emperor Sheev Palpatine, two of the most powerful Sith Lords to ever exist. Their story spans centuries, and both of them have lived to torment the galaxy for many, 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 many years. Their iron will on the galaxy has proven to be more than most Jedi can handle, being forced and condemned to chaos and into submission by some of the most powerful Jedi alive, including Mace Windu, Grandmaster Yoda, and the most powerful Jedi of all time, Grandmaster Luke Skywalker. Both these tyrannical Dark Lords have led an oppressive regime, with Palpatine claiming such accolades as being the first Sith in almost 4,000 years to dominate the Jedi Order and destroy the Republic, introducing his galactic empire. Krayt's accolades and regime was even more brutal, as he subjugated the rule of one Sith, abolishing the rule of two lineage established by Darth Bane 1,000 years prior. Krayt's rule of one would truly become the stuff of legends, and would be the most intriguing part of his story when regarding his powers. But which one of these tyrannical Sith Lords, both two of the most powerful Force wielders of all time, prevails as the most powerful Sith Lord? Both of these Sith Lords are among the top 5 most powerful Sith Lords of all time, Krayt and Palpatine. Today we shall be delving into their powers in depth, their lightsaber skills, their potency with the Force, and their other political and manipulative strategies, and determining and deducting who truly is the more formidable opponent to face on a deserted battlefield. Before we begin, I would like to remind you that many of the acolytes and starships that wander aimlessly into our archives and search our vast databases have not actually ascended to the rank of Master. If you do not wish to make the same mistake that these lone wanderers have, you will strike down the subscribe button and ascend to the rank of Master. With that out of the way, brutal Sith Lords, let's begin. Starting off with Darth Krayt. Born Asherad Het, he was an exceptionally skilled and potent in the Jarkai style of fighting, the art of using two lightsabers at once. This talent was evident throughout his tenure as a general during the conflict involving the galaxy, the Clone Wars, in which Asherad Het served as a general, often leading his clone commandos and soldiers from the front lines through the thickest of fighting on the battle. Asherad often wielded two emerald-coloured lightsabers, even claiming that after he became a Sith Lord, he honed his skills during the Clone Wars and had killed thousands of opponents since the wars. He had also been able to defeat and contend with Aurra Sing in a lightsaber duel while he was still a Padawan learner, an impressive feat, considering his own father, a fully trained Jedi Knight, had been unable to defeat Sing previously. It should be noted, however, that his power was augmented and bolstered by the hatred he felt for Sing for murdering his own father. This proves Het's brutality and allows that he could feel and develop a basic understanding of the ability known as Force Rage, allowing to channel your rage through the dark side to bolster your fighting abilities, allowing him to boost his ferocity and best Sing, getting a hand on her neck and knocking her saber away from her hand. Sing, considered to be one of the top 10 best bounty hunters of all time, this was truly an incredible feat. He, while holding back, defeated the Dark Woman in a duel. However, she then subdued him with a sneak attack after the duel was technically formally over. Her intent to make the point about the risks of lowering one's guard after an enemy is supposedly defeated. In the year 30 BBY, Het was able to barely defeat Singh in a furious duel, though this gave into his hate during the battle, a lapse that disgusted him. Decades later, as the Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Krayt, he was able to fully master and focus his usage of Force rage, such as when he dueled Cade Skywalker, the grandson of Luke Skywalker, and Darth Warlock, his second in command, who would later go on to kill him. Het killed a Krayt dragon with a Gaddafi stick, the traditional weapon of the Tusken Raiders, as well as a torch, before he was officially made a Jedi, possibly alluring to his eventual rise as Darth Krayt. After jumping from a speeder that crashed through a window, Het non-lethally defeated a terrorist, seemingly without effort. During the Clone Wars, he defeated an enraged and armed with a lightsaber Anakin Skywalker, one of the most powerful Jedi of all time, while armed with only a Gaddafi stick. Then he made peace with the Chosen One, showing that under his Tusken mask he was just a human like Anakin. Later, while a part of the Jedi and Clone Force, he and his friends and fellow comrades were able to drive off the ambush of separatist droid forces that were led by the Sith Lord Count Dooku and the droid commander General Grievous. His mastery of the Jarkai fighting style saved Het from being killed in Order 66, allowing him to kill the clone troopers who were sent to execute him. After turning to the dark side, but before becoming a Sith Lord, Het engaged an extremely powerful Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had a few years prior defeated the newly Christian Darth Vader in a lightsaber duel by honing his skill in Sarisu. While Het put up a valiant fight and effort against the Jedi Master, he was unable to defeat him, and was eventually defeated and maimed, causing the Tusken tribes that he led to turn their back on him and renounce it. As Darth Krayt, he retained his mastery of fighting with dual blades. A master practitioner of the form of Nieman, his skill with his blades was enough for him to quickly and effortlessly defeat 4 Imperial Knights with seemingly little difficulty, even despite the Yuzong Vong parasites being well over 170 years old and weighing on his mind. The Dark Lord could use the Force to help him make deadly sweeping motions and attacks that could lower the defenses of one's enemy. He was also able to fight the much younger and fitter Cade Skywalker in a lightsaber duel and proved to be superior in it. And he would have defeated him and absolutely dominated the Jedi before being shot in the back by Cade's mother, a selfless act. Darth Krayt claimed that his skills with the blades were such that he killed thousands of opponents since the days of the Clone Wars. It should be noted that after his duel with Skywalker, Krayt was critically weakened by the wrong growths and parasites infecting his physical body, and was forced to spend time in stasis to heal and recover from them. The Dark Lord was able to hold his own against Karnus Mur, one of the original founding Sith Lords, alongside Saws of Sin and Ajunta Paul, 2 of the most notable Sith Lords of all time, who was one of the founding members of the Sith Order, supposedly comparable to Darth Sidious, and who claimed to have easily killed other Sith Lords who were stronger than Krayt. Krayt was able to slay his former right hand, Darth Warlock, in a lightsaber duel. In his final duel with Cade Skywalker, he proved to be equally proficient with a single blade as he was with 2. During this rematch, Krayt proved to be capable of combining his prowess with the lightsaber and his skill with the Force. As the Dark Lord of the One Sith, Darth Krayt was the strongest Sith Lord of his time, and widely considered to be one of the most powerful Sith Lords in the Legends continuity. In 40 ABY, the Jedi Grandmaster Luke Skywalker was deeply troubled and concerned with the visions of Darth Krayt as a shadowy figure, who seemed at least as ruthless and strong in the Force as the Chosen One Anakin Skywalker, seeming like a Darth spirit on a mission of doom. The Dark Lord was powerful enough in the Force that he was able to battle a being as powerful as Abeloth, a 100,000-year-old eldritch dark-side abomination and mother of the Ones, a group of Celestials and Force wielders who possessed immeasurable power, though he was assisted by Grandmaster Luke Skywalker, who himself was wary of dueling Krayt and Beyond Shadows, even to the point of almost backstabbing the Sith prematurely. Jason Solo believes that if Krayt acquired Alana Solo as an apprentice, that Krayt would become a nigh unstoppable force and usher in an appalling new future and tyrannical regime. This is greatly what inspired him to try to conquer the galaxy as Darth Kaius, out of fear for Krayt. The Force itself was temporarily bent to Krayt's will. Krayt had mastered the knowledge of Zozan. The darkness brought on by Krayt's rise made it harder than ever for Jedi to use the Force and precognition to sense the future. Krayt stated that he had fully mastered the Jedi and Sith arts. Merely being in the same room as Darth Krayt was mentally painful for Cade Skywalker. All of this power was at Darth Krayt's command, even while he was held back by the infestation of the Yuzong Vong parasites, and the wounds Kenobi dealt with him many years prior. His strength on the dark side of the Force was great enough to be felt by every Sith and being in the galaxy. Darth Krayt claimed that after his resurrection, his power on the Force had multiplied 4 timefold, indicating that since his defeat on Had Abaddon, he had grown considerably stronger in the Force than before. The dark side of the Force was said to have been living through him. Claims similar to those to the Son of Mortis, the living dark side of the Force, had been created and made almost 200 years ago. To live on Krayt's throne world was to forfeit one's soul, and his power was great indeed to those who sensed it. His strength in the dark side was such he could fight and overpower Cade Skywalker, who was armed with a lightsaber, while mostly his usage of the Force alone. Even before turning to the dark side, this man was noted as a powerful and formidable Jedi, as such as by his father. As a Jedi Master, he was considered worthy and powerful. In addition to being formidable, sometimes enraged lightsaber duelist, as both Head and Darth Krayt, he was also talented in the other applications of the Force, notably moving things at his will through telekinesis, Force lightning, communication, and healing. His ability of Force lightning grew to rival that of Darth Sidious, one of the most powerful Sith Lords of all time, being able to entrap beings within his immeasurably powerful Force lightning without hurting them. He possessed great skill in telekinesis, showing when he was able to non-lethally repulse a mob of his fellow Tuskens who were harassing Ki-Adi-Mundi, a Jedi Master, a feat that impressed him, though was seen as possibly too violent for the situation. Krayt remained one of the most powerful Sith Lords of all time up until his death in Legends continuity above Coruscant, where he died fighting Cade Skywalker. Now we will delve into Emperor Sheev Palpatine, widely considered to be one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful dark side user of all time, and Sith Lord to ever live. Trained to perfection by his master Darth Plagueis, Darth Sidious was considered by many, including Darth Vader, the fallen chosen one, and Grandmaster Luke Skywalker himself, to be the most powerful Sith Lord in the entire history of the Order, something he himself firmly believed. Culminating the line of the Rule of Two established by Darth Bane, he destroyed the Jedi Order and abolished the Republic, instituting the new Galactic Empire. His status is such as he had also been documented within the second edition of an important historical chronicle. Additionally, he was the only Sith Lord in 1,000 years to achieve the ultimate goal of the Sith, to purge and eradicate the Jedi Order and bring the galaxy under the rule of the darkness. He was considered the one Force user to have successfully attained the dark side of the Force, exceeding even that of his predecessor in Ulic Qel-Droma, the best friend and brother-in-arms of Exar Kun. He brought about one of the greatest period and depth of darkness to the galaxy and the Force, until the rule of Darth Krayt, another being who we have discussed on this list, and the one Sith. Despite his frail appearance, Darth Sidious possessed immense mastery in lightsaber combat, having mastered every conceivable form by the time of the Clone Wars. As a result of his tremendous skill, he effortlessly killed Aegon Kolar and Saesee Tiin, who were considered to be two of the finest lightsaber duels of their era, each with a single blow. While also an enraged Mace Windu, he easily slew the formidable Kit Fisto only moments later, although it should be noted he was amplified and they were stunned by his Force Scream, an incredibly lethal dark-side technique that was able to be used by Sith. He then went toe-to-toe with Mace Windu, widely considered to be one of the greatest sword masters of all time, even briefly gaining the upper hand, only being disarmed due to further amplification by Anakin Skywalker's fear. Later, Sidious, though confessed and confused by Yoda's sheer skill and power, was able to go almost toe-to-Yoda with Yoda himself for an extended period of time in the Senate chambers, but was eventually defeated and disarmed by the Grand Master in the Revenge of the Sith novelization, forcing him to rely on the Force for the rest of the confrontation. In addition, shortly after the formation of the Galactic Empire, Sidious effortlessly killed 3 of the 5 Jedi prisoners brought before him in a single swift motion with his lightsaber blade. Many years later, Sidious, in one of his youthful clone bodies, engaged and defeated a Grandmaster Luke Skywalker in the Dark Empire comic series in a one-on-one lightsaber duel in his clone lab on Biss, and barely lost to the latter in their second encounter, with Luke slicing off his hand. It should be noted that Luke's victory was also aided by the fact that he was boosted by Leia's Force Harmony, a light-side Force ability that augmented the strength of others. He was then ambidextrous and could change his fighting style at whim, making him very similar and akin to that of General Grievous, keeping his opponents unsure of what his next move would be. Having fully mastered every single form of lightsaber combat and all their techniques and stances. His capability of using each form equally and effectively was ambidextrous. Sidious drew his opponents in, fighting less than his true capability, then striking the fatal blow when his opponents thought they had the better of him. When fighting at full strength, the Sith Lord was a terrifying opponent to behold. During his assassination on the Grand Proctorate, the speed and ferocity of technique was so great it appeared as though his victims were dispatched by a phantom. Sidious was an incredibly aggressive duelist and one of the most proficient lightsaber duelists and Sith sword masters in all of history. However, this was not his greatest strength. His force powers were beyond comprehensible. In addition to his lightsaber combat skills, Darth Sidious was one of the most powerful force users in all of galactic history. Perceived in the Force by his apprentice Darth Tyrannus as a black hole and void and dark side nexus of the dark side itself. Both Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader had viewed Sidious as having become the dark side's most powerful expression, surpassing that of even Emperor Vitiate, Darth Krayt, and Darth Nihilus. Sidious's relationship with the dark side was so deep and in-depth to the point he had become a possession of the dark side itself, and the dark became a possession of his. Sidious demonstrated his prowess at telekinesis and the Force during his battle with Yoda. As an apprentice under Darth Plagueis' tutelage, one of the most powerful Sith of all time, he learned all the known dark side powers of his predecessors in the Rule of Two line descended from Darth Bane, and quickly excelled to the point that he soon came to consider himself the Sith Ari, when it was in fact realism Darth Bane. Sidious's mastery over the Force was so immense, having spent decades immersing himself and honing his skills in the many facets of the Force and researching it, which reportedly granted him full mastery over almost all known Force powers related to the dark side. He also managed to discover and uncover and master previously unknown techniques lost for centuries, allowing him to create new powers almost at whim. Because of this, even at times he wondered if the Force had been so strong in anyone before him. Feeling a monster rising from the core of himself, impatient to unleash it, shortly after the death of his master Plagueis, Sidious received a most powerful vision from the voices that proclaimed his reign. He considered that the simple act of glancing at him was tantamount to glimpsing the dark energy that bound and drove the galaxy. Even prior to his induction into the Sith Order, his Force potential was powerful enough to block out Darth Plagueis while adopting the public identity of the banking clan leader Hugo Damask, mind-reading abilities when they first met, and later able to effortlessly and telekinetically murder his parents, siblings, and their personal guards while he was very young. In 19 BBY, Palpatine was considered by Vader to be so powerful that in Vader's view, at that point, Sidious could only be overthrown by Vader if he had the help of Karnus Mur via his talisman. Mur being a Jedi founder of the Sith, he would later go on to briefly contend with Darth Krayt, and who was thought to pose a threat to the entire galaxy, even in a weakened form. Even as Sidious continued to age after the reign of the Galactic Empire, he was still extremely powerful, and his powers only augmented from this. He was extremely skilled and powerful in the usage of the Force, with its power allowing him to sustain himself beyond the natural lifespan. At full power, Sidious's Force abilities proved so great that it required a large amount of highly powerful and skilled Force adepts to defeat him at one time. Sidious was able to create Force storms, enormous vortices that could rip apart the surface of planets, tear holes through space and time itself, travel beings through time, and teleport him on other beings across the galaxy at whim. He was extremely powerful. The first time when he was encountering Anakin Skywalker, a descendant of Luke Skywalker, where he provided him with a room and didn't even sense Anakin's immense Force potential, let alone realize he had an extremely high midichlorian count. Until then, Jedi Master Dooku informed him of such when he meeting with him at dinner. The second time was regarded as Anakin Skywalker's son Luke, just before the Battle of Endor, where he was able to see Luke's presence on the Tidarium until Vader, breaking protocol, went over to his throne room to notify him of the development personally. Sidious was extremely skilled in the use of Force lightning, and was known to use this both as a lethal attack and as a way of extremely torturing his enemies. Sidious was considered to be the most fine and proficient lightsaber duelist and Force lightning adept in all of Sith history, surpassing Emperor Vitiate, possibly even the son of Mortis, Darth Nihilus, Karnus Mur, and many other of the most powerful Sith Lords of all time. He could instantly reduce one or more people into charred husks, and at the peak of its power, he had the ability to instantly vaporize his opponents upon contact. Although his Force lightning was generally blue in color, it also emerged as purple during the peak of his power. Despite his formidable skill in many other aspects of the Force, Force lightning was arguably his trademark ability and the one that served him well against extremely dangerous combatants many times, either resulting in their defeat or near defeat. When cornered by Mace Windu in his office, in the Chancellor's office, Sidious viciously attacked him with the lightning, though it not nearly overwhelmed Mace Windu's immense light skills with Vapard, but also nearly caused Windu's saber to bend to Sidious's will when locked in combat with the latter's lightning. Once Anakin cut off Windu's hand, he fired the full strength of his lightning at Windu, torturing the Jedi for a few moments before using his lightning to throw Mace out the window, showing his skull. During his final death, it took the combined mind of all the Jedi to condemn his spirit to chaos, and when being thrown down the reactor shaft of the Death Star II by Darth Vader, Sidious's lightning was such that you could penetrate and see Vader's skull, perceiving it within the depths of his obsidian armor. Sidious's potency with Force lightning was so powerful and immense, he was even able to catch Yoda off guard with it, throwing the Jedi Grandmaster into a wall, and Yoda had extremely high reflexes, and later on in their duel was able to disarm him with his lightsaber with a powerful blast of it, despite the Grandmaster's attempt to ground it, and subsequently nearly overwhelmed Yoda's efforts to absorb it and use Tudominus. However, it should be noted that Sidious used his height to his advantage by elevating his body in order to target the lightning above Yoda's Tudominus defense, and Yoda ultimately succeeded in absorbing the attack. The resulting explosion was not only overwhelmed and blasted Sidious aside, but also separated Yoda from Sidious, allowing the Jedi to flee into exile on Dagobah. If it hadn't been for Darth Vader's shocking intervention and his own hubris, he would have succeeded in using his Force lightning to torture Luke Skywalker to the death. Sidious's mastery of Force lightning allowed him to also generate a shield made of lightning itself, which he utilized during his fight with Galen Merrick, also known as Starkiller, in conjunction with his Force light, to temporarily retreat from the battle in order to have his Red Guards and Senate Guards attack Merrick, which proved to be an impenetrable to Merrick with either the Force or his lightsaber. Sidious's skills with telekinesis were incomprehensible, and it was stated by bystanders that while watching him, it was a blur of motion when he threw objects using the Force. Sidious was able to throw Senate pods at Yoda during their engagement. However, Yoda was able to redirect some back at the Dark Lord, annoying Sidious to a great deal. Likewise, he was skilled enough with telekinesis that he was able to remove Luke Skywalker's restraints while barely even lifting a finger, a commonly needed elevation for Force wielders, when meeting face-to-face on the second Death Star with the young Skywalker. He could also easily overpower and fling both Maul and Savage Opress to the window of the Mandalorian's castle, so strong enough to break the Mandalorian glass and keep them firmly pinned until he released them willingly. He was incredibly proficient in the Force choke ability, to the point where he can perform it to deadly effect without needing to see the target, even when in large distances away, as shown by how he was able to completely subdue Tyrannus in a chokehold with a single hand gesture while many planets away, and later levitated and choked 2 Mandalorian guards to death effortlessly, even before arriving at the location. After his first death, he demonstrated even greater skill with telekinesis, to the point where he could, with just a few moments of effort and strain, disintegrate a lightsaber in the hands of Leia Organa Solo without harming her. Sidious was a master of Force speed, implementing it to run and walk normally into his fighting style and allowing him to move so quickly and augment his skill on the dark side that his opponents would often find themselves unable to react in time. He also had the ability of Force flight, able to hover above the ground in standard gravity, as well as being capable of surrounding himself with a miniature store of malevolent Force energy that slowed down the movements of and tortured all caught in it. After his first decade of apprenticeship under Darth Plagueis, one of the most powerful Sith Lords to ever live, Sidious possessed an exceedingly feral usage of Force rage, demonstrated when he assassinated the members of the Grand Krayt and that organized his and his master's failed assassination attempt. Despite his powers, he was still defeated and eventually condemned to chaos by all the deceased Jedi. He was killed multiple times, most notably by Palpatine and by Luke Skywalker. Palpatine, despite this, was immensely powerful, but his political power certainly granted him more ability and proficiency than any dark side ability ever did. Palpatine's political power was such that he was able to manipulate cunningly and act as a father-grandfather figure to the entirety of the Star Wars galaxy as Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. Meanwhile, he was secretly cultivating a secret identity, Darth Sidious, the Dark Lord of the Sith. Darth Plagueis assisted in this, but Sidious mainly used this himself, using his political influence in the noble house of Palpatine in order to dominate his opponents. But how does this compare up to Darth Krayt? Darth Krayt's political power was not as great and marvelous as Palpatine, and he possessed no manipulation ability that could even be considered in the same league as Palpatine's own. Darth Krayt had the ability to completely govern and control every Sith Lord in the galaxy, had the ability to contend with Luke Skywalker, had enough political power that he could order any Imperial Knight or any subject of his to do his bidding. This, however, is not his strong suit, as Palpatine was able to subjugate an entire galaxy to his whim. So, with all the facts finally laid out before us, who is truly the most powerful? In short, I conclude that the most powerful is Darth Sidious. Darth Sidious, Emperor Palpatine, was not only acclaimed to be one of the greatest Sith Lords of all time, his feats being such as he was able to defeat Luke Skywalker in a lightsaber duel, being able to contend with Yoda in lightsaber combat and overpower him with the Force, being able to kill Mace Windu, one of the most powerful Jedi of all time, and being able to generate enormous hyperspace wormholes that would come to be known as Force Storm in later years. Darth Sidious's manipulation tactics and abilities certainly granted him more proficiency and ability than any dark side ability ever did, allowing Sidious to completely gain control and subjugate the galaxy to his will, the only Sith in 1,000 years to actually succeed in the Sith's eternal goal of dominating and subjugating the Jedi Order to their will. With that, I conclude that Darth Sidious, even though Darth Krayt put up a valiant effort, is the more powerful of these two. Be sure to subscribe if you wish to ascend to the rank of Master, and comment down below on which versus videos you wish to see recovered next. With that out of the way, acolytes, I bid you farewell, and I hope you are not encased in Darth Krayt's sinister force lightning today.
Hands of the one Sith, hear my call. The dark side is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. Such is the way of this comic series. Legacy, undeniably the most famous, the greatest, and in my opinion, the most famous of all comic series in all of fiction. The Legacy comic issue sees Darth Krayt fighting against Kate Skywalker after the massacre on Ossus. The Jedi are all but extinct, but Krayt has his own set of problems. In particular, one Twi'lek problem, his own former hand and apprentice, Darth Wylock. After the climactic battle of Had Abaddon, Krayt was severely weakened and inhibited by Darth Wylock, and can't smirk. Wylock, sensing his treacherous nature and the weakness within Krayt. Seeing and exploiting this, Wylock killed Krayt. However, you can't keep a bad Sith down, especially one that could potentially eclipse the power of Sidious. I remember founding a new order of the Sith, the One Sith, and lying hidden for more than a century in wait with my lieutenants, the first of the Wylock line among them, waiting for the right time to emerge. I remember searing pain, every nerve fibre ablaze, then darkness and cold. I remember the yawning abyss of the grave waiting to suck me all the way in. I remember a secret I learned that opened the galaxy to me anew and made me see it differently. Astride the grave, I saw the truth of things and fought my way back. I remember the lives I have lived. Tusken Raider, son of Jedi Sharad Het, Jedi Master Asherad Het, Darth Krayt, Dark Lord of the Sith. I remember founding a new order of the Sith, the One Sith, and lying hidden for more than a century in wait for the right time to emerge. I remember the words spoken by Karnus Mur, an ancient Sith Lord, that opened my eyes far more than he intended. I remember a trap, an ignominious defeat, burning pain, and being cast to my death. I barely remember wrapping myself in the Force to survive. I remember betrayal by the one who should have been loyal beyond reproach. I dimly remember driving my consciousness, my life force deep within myself, seeking safe haven, while my body served as a prop to another's ambition. I remember healing myself with the Force, gradually becoming stronger, my body protected and trapped, my stasis field. I remember the faithful one, Talon, near enough to hear the thoughts I projected into her mind, to sense my life force and release me. Now I am back. My betrayer will know my revenge. Then I will bend the galaxy to my will. The Sith Temple on Coruscant, Darth Wylock, addresses the one Sith. Some of you believe that because you saw Lord Krayt in a vision that he is alive. Krayt is dead. I know because I killed him. His health failed and his mind with it. He was too weak to lead the one Sith. Were the Krayt of old, I could not have done it. I am now the one Sith's leader. If this pretender comes to Coruscant, the one Sith will fight him, and I will kill him. This shall it be. Any words from Coruscant, Sarai?
None, Father. Coruscant is silent. Nile was tasked to find Talon and Krayt, but he has sent no word. The ships you have sent have vanished with no trace.
War is coming to Coruscant, and you must leave now, Sari. Hide until the battle is over.
No.
It is my will. Your power is nascent and not fully realized. Be patient. Your time will come. Go now. Will the one Sith fight beside you, Lord Rylock? I have fractured the Order, Darth Strife. The coming battle will determine its fate. I will face Krayt as a warrior of the dark side. Who will you side with, Strife?
Might decides I will follow the victor. It is the way of the Sith.
Coruscant. 8 years ago, it was the jewel of the galaxy. Now, Krayt's dragon ships hang in the polluted sky, casting dark and predatory shadows of war. Coruscant citizens have forfeited their souls. On the steps of the throne room of the Sith Temple, guards wait. They sense a dark presence approaching in the Force. Within the throne room, Darth Wylock senses it too, a firestorm of raw emotion and cold rage. I remember the day Order 66 was given. I remember others, here when this was the Jedi Temple, intent on death as I am intent on death. I remember the collective scream of the Jedi in the Force, of the younglings slain in the attempt. I felt their pain through the Force, and it was as though I saw the horror with my own eyes. I can never forget. This time, those screams will be from my own children, the one Sith. Those who stand with the usurper die with him. The path is opened by blood. You're dead! I killed you! You betrayed me, Lord Wylock. Of all who followed me, you were the closest. I behaved as any Sith would, as a Sith should, killing his master. I offer no apology. I would accept none. Begin. You are strong, Lord Krayt, but I know who you are, who you were, and where your weaknesses lie. I know your story. I know how you remember your past, your illustrious father's death, the loss of the one you loved, the death of the Jedi Order, your torture at the hands of the Yuzong Vong, your death by my hand, how you cling to your past, how you cling to your pain. It defines you. It reveals you. For generations, the Wylock served, kept you alive, served as your voice when your physical frailties forced you into stasis. We hid your weakness. What do you know of me, of my own desires and plans? Nothing. I kept my own counsel, and I waited. I am greater than you ever suspected, and you are so much less than you believed yourself to be. I have become so much more than you know, traitor. This is not your trap, it is mine, and it is time you died. Reed, isn't it? You are no longer Regent. There is no need. You may, however, return to your post as Grand Admiral.
By your will, my lord.
I thought once to bring peace and order to the galaxy through the existing governments to align the worlds to the rule of the one Sith. That cannot work. The galaxy must experience the pain of death and the rapture of rebirth as I have. I will bring chaos. It is time for war. So, my acolytes, that is where we're going to conclude. Legacy is truly one of the greatest comics I've ever seen, as I've stated numerous times. But with that out of the way, I'll see you in a galaxy far, far away. Remember, the Force will be with you, no matter how dark and treacherous the path ahead may seem.
The galaxy at large has long feared the tyrannical rule regime and dark side force abomination that the Sith control. However, what if I told you there was a being, an entity, a perversion of the dark side itself that was even more powerful than any Sith could ever dream to be? A being that has drank from the font of power and bathed in the pool of knowledge illegally. A being who was mutated, corrupted, destroyed by the dark side of the Force. No, my friends, I am not talking about the son of Mortis. While he is certainly formidable, the being that we will cover in this duel, or more specifically this duel, will be a being 100,000 years old, who was said to be immortal, said to be the most powerful entity to ever grace the Star Wars galaxy, capable of going toe-to-toe with the nigh unstoppable being known as the Father of Mortis, who could keep his two children in line, with feats such as effortlessly dominating the son and the daughter simultaneously, beating them into submission before preparing to devour them. And she would have devoured them if not saved by their father. Yes, my friends, if you have unveiled the holocrons revolving around this entity, you know who I am talking about. I am talking about the Queen of the Stars, the bringer of chaos, Abeloth, the mother of the Ones. Today, we shall cover possibly the greatest content that Abeloth has ever been a part of, that being the duel at the Lake of Apparitions. Many duels in the past I have analysed, scoured for information, searched in search of the hidden truth and knowledge that lies beneath the surface of what we see, such as Grandmaster Yoda vs Emperor Palpatine in the Senate chambers, and Luke vs Darth Vader aboard the second Death Star in the Emperor's throne room. Once again, I am doing this task today with the duel at the Lake of Apparitions. The duel at the Lake of Apparitions was a battle waged between Jedi Grandmaster Luke Skywalker, widely considered in holocrons, scripts, and texts to be the most powerful Jedi of all time, including Revan, Yoda, Mace Windu, and many others, and the Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Krayt, working together in union to defeat the dark side entity abomination Abeloth that occurred on Abeloth's planet in the year 44 ABY. Luke Skywalker and his niece, newly appointed Jedi Master Jaina Solo, the twin sister of Jacen Solo, also known as Darth Krayt, had followed Abeloth to the Maw, where she had taken Skywalker's son, Ben Skywalker, and the Sith apprentice Vestara Kai in a meditation spear ship. When the Rude Awakening was attacked by the Sith meditation spear ship, Grandmaster Luke Skywalker secured and strapped himself to a medbay and travelled beyond shadows. He arrived at the Lake of Apparitions, an ancient lake that Abeloth dwelled in, where he travelled across the lake until he found the spirit of his wife, Mara Jade Skywalker, the former Emperor's hand, who hated Luke more than anything, had been transformed into the one who loved him more than anything. He asked Mara for anything she could tell him and about how to defeat Abeloth, but she had nothing. But then the spirit of Jacen Solo, Luke's nephew, and the horrific being known as Darth Krayt, after his transformation into a Sith, arrived as well. Jacen was initially disappointed in Luke for blaming Abeloth's escape on his own nephew, but his scorn vanished when Luke explained that Jacen's attempt to charge what he saw in the pool of knowledge had resulted in the entity's freedom. It is important to note that in Star Wars lore, whenever the Force tips to a particular side, Abeloth is said to weaken the boundaries of them all, and the final straw normally was Darth Krayt becoming the Dark Lord of the Sith, rebelling against the Jedi. Normally, the ones of Mortis, the father, the daughter, and the son, would beat her back into submission whenever an event like this occurred again, going into the Maw and defeating her, putting her back in her rightful place. However, with the One's death in 21 ABY, there was no one left to stop Abeloth from freeing. Darth Kaitis' conversion was the final straw. Mara and Jason were still unable to help him, despite what he saw in the pool of knowledge. But then the Dark Man arrived. The newcomer was in fact the Dark Lord of the Sith, Asherad Het, now known as Darth Krayt, leader of the organization known as the One Sith. Without revealing and unveiling his true identity, he informed Luke that he was a Sith Lord and that he was here to help Skywalker defeat Abeloth, as he knew that no matter what happened, they would take the combined force of without the Ones, Jedi and Sith working in unification and union in order to defeat this cosmic and omnipotent entity. At that moment, Abeloth arrived out of the mist of forgetfulness. The Grand Master attempted to grasp his lightsaber, but as he was in the realm beyond shadows, he did not have one and came to the realization. Luke, using his incredible Force innate ability, then attempted to blast Abeloth with a wave of Force energy, but he had already unleashed a barrage of red and terrifying Force lightning that passed through Krayt and slammed into the Jedi. Once he had recovered, the two began to pummel Abeloth with tremendous force and blasts of Force energy, and she began to cower and fall into the lake itself. During the battle, Luke's sense of time was warped, so what seemed like a lifetime could have been a blink of an eye into his eye. As Abeloth was about to fall into the water, Luke ran to her side and began to physically barrage or attack her, or what passed for physical beyond shadows. The combat between their Force essences, and such there were no physical injuries. Luke began to gain and grasp the upper hand over Abeloth's immense power, and the two began to grapple as Abeloth's tentacles lashed Luke's face. One of her tentacles hit Luke right in the eye, blinding him in that eye for the rest of the duel. Then Krayt, the Dark Lord of the Sith, joined the fight and duel, jabbing his fingers in Abeloth's stomach and causing an array and black spray to erupt of blood. As the three tumbled across the surface of the lake, Abeloth attempted to force blast Krayt off of her, but her efforts were in vain, as Krayt was far more powerful than possibly even Luke Skywalker, but many considered him to be equals. Suddenly, Krayt turned on Luke and Abeloth, using a force-draining technique like Darth Nihilus's during the devastation of Qatar, to steal both of their powers and further empower and augment her immeasurable and nigh unopposed potential. In response, Luke bashed the Sith's knee and threw him off the other two, dropping him to the surface of the lake. Luke threatened to release Abeloth if Krayt did not stop, and Krayt consented, despite his words otherwise. Luke held fast to Abeloth as Krayt continued to drain her for what seemed like days, but it suddenly felt like seconds as the Sith began to scream in immeasurable pain, anguish, and agony. Force energy, black and shiny, began to seep from Krayt's many wounds across the lake in a boiling, oily, slick water that caused the water to steam and hiss in agony. Luke realized that Krayt had, in fact, not betrayed Luke. The effort of holding Abeloth down was taking as much from Luke as the draining was from Krayt. Abeloth chose that moment to rip her head free of Luke's hold and grasp, and tried to grab anything she could reach with her barrage and array of teeth, pointed in jagged edges. But Luke grabbed her in a chokehold and merged his presence even more with the omnipotent entity of the dark side, as he told the Sith to keep going with his force drain ability. As Krayt continued, Abeloth burst into action again, using her dark side energy, sending the three of them tumbling across the surface of the lake. Even as they rolled, Krayt kept his hand buried in Abeloth's chest, despite the force energy still pouring and seeping from his wounds like blood. As they rolled, Abeloth seemed to be directing them towards the shoreline of the Lake of Apparitions, so Luke pushed off a rock and sent them tumbling back towards the lake's center point. At that point, Abeloth simply vanished, taking Krayt's hand with her, leaving Krayt's stump of an arm pointing at Luke and now draining energy from the Grand Master of the Jedi Order. Once again believing Krayt was about to betray him, Luke prepared and readied a force blast of immeasurable power that would have blown Krayt back, but Krayt stopped his attack and pointed his arm towards the end and apex of the lake. Near the mist of forgetfulness, Abeloth was backing into the mist, with Krayt's wrist still protruding from her chest, and dark energy still pouring from the limb, as if Abeloth was attempting to absorb it and steal Krayt's immeasurable dark power. Krayt then attempted to use his immeasurable powerful force abilities to pull his hand back to him using telekinesis. But Luke realized she had only fled because she was actually dying, and that her only action was to now attack. She teleported back to the duo, slamming a ball of tentacles deep in and immersing itself in Krayt's own chest, and then Luke's as well, when he tried to help. Despite her attack, Luke continued to press the offensive, grappling with her mercilessly and barragingly until his elbow simply pushed and shoved through Abeloth's own skull and head. At that very moment, Sub-17 succeeded in killing Abeloth's avatar that was inhabiting the Jedi Temple's own computer system. Simultaneously, near the font of power, Ben killed Abeloth's High Avatar, High Lord Korea, with a Shikar. With the death of her last two cloned bodies and the destruction of her Force essence, Abeloth died. Her body fell away, pulling tentacles with her, leaving Krayt and Luke holding pieces and fragments of her own essence. The two collapsed, the tentacles having left gaping holes in their chests. Luke fell unconscious as he began to scream in agony, causing his physical body to awake on the rude awakening, to scream as well. Well, my friends, that was the full breakdown and analysis of the Duel at the Lake of Apparitions. Abeloth is one of my favourite dark side entities and beings to ever grace the Star Wars galaxy, possibly being the most powerful being to ever exist. And I'm sure to do some videos covering her in the future, and Grandmaster Luke Skywalker, as well as Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Krayt, one of my favourite Sith Lords and Star Wars characters of all time. With that out of the way, acolytes, be sure to strike down the subscribe button and ascend to the rank of Master. It is your destiny. With that out of the way, I bid you farewell and travel into the endless wave of the Maw and into the endless void of the unknown regions. Goodbye, acolytes, and I'll see you in a galaxy far, far away.
I've grown from a man to a god.
I see you have returned back again to the archives. I perceive through the Force your interest in the One Sith philosophy and Darth Krayt. Very well. Today's lecture will be based on these very philosophies. Darth Krayt is one of the most powerful Sith Lords and Force users to have ever terrorized galactic history. Unquestionably in the top 10, perhaps even top 5 most powerful Force users to ever live. Known to many as the Dragon of the Sith, ruler of the One Sith, Emperor of the Galaxy, the Dark Man to the Skywalker family. Darth Krayt was considered one of the only Force users in galactic history that was capable of rivaling the sheer force potential and might of Grandmaster Luke Skywalker, who in his own could keep open a black hole using telekinesis and exert his will over an entire fleet of starships with little to no effort. Then again, even the mightiest of the Sith have to fall eventually. While today we are not going to be delving into how Krayt ultimately met his ends. Being at its weakest, we are going to be delving into how Krayt almost was murdered, the ambiguous empowerment of the formation of the Darth Krayt was under the exertion, ideology, and will of the Yuzong Vong implants. These Vong implants were as well as the holocrons of Vendetta. If you want to know more about how Darth Krayt was nearly killed by these immensely skilled, overcome by these talented ancient
with them forming a nigh invulnerable shell of heavy
start
armor
off, we have to acknowledge that this was in 137 AD attack. We have to acknowledge that Darth Krayt lived to be 188 years old, far older than even Sidious, Darth Plagueis, and many of the other notable ancient Sith, rivaling beings such as King Adas himself, the prophesied Sith Ari. Darth Krayt's Von Groats would then be over 1.5 centuries old, meaning that they would have time to expand, weigh on his mind, forcing him into stasis in order to recover, meaning every single wound that Darth Krayt was inflicted upon would be agonizingly more painful, being severely worse than it could possibly be. In order to understand these Vong implants, we have to understand the Yuzong Vong themselves. The Yuzong Vong were an extraterrestrial invasive species that, along with their empire and biological technologies, nearly succeeded in bringing the entire galaxy to its knees. The Yuzong Vong War on its own resulted in the death of over 375 trillion civilians, killing thousands of Jedi, senators, and every single being in the galaxy that adhered during the Republic. The Yuzong Vong captured Darth Krayt shortly after his ascent into the dark side, where Darth Krayt learned from the holocron of Zozan, one of the 12 founding Dark Jedi disciples and founder of the Order of Sith Lords, alongside Kana Smur, Ajunta Paul, and many others. Darth Krayt learned from Zozan, but was then delved into the unknown regions, where he was then captured by the Yuzong Vong, who experimented on him in the Embrace of Pain, along with the fallen Jedi acolyte and former Sith acolyte of Darth Sidious, Vergir, with Vergir being a weird chicken-like and bird-like species that employed various methods on Darth Krayt, encouraging him to accept his inner anger. Through this, Darth Krayt became exceptionally skilled, becoming exceptionally powerful. But how did Darth Krayt, this nigh all-powerful Sith Lord, nearly succumb to these Vong implants? Within the passage of 7 years, Emperor Krayt's grip on the throne was still uncertain. Roan Fel remained at large, and finding him was of paramount importance to the new emperor. Roan Fel was a force-sensitive emperor and one of the first few of the galaxy had ever seen, being the supreme chancellor and head of the New Republic before Krayt instated himself as emperor, proving his superior force superiority. He believed to have killed Roan Fel. However, this was actually revealed to be a doppelganger, very similar to Vicious, that he generated in a duel with the hero of Tython. He sent out one of his newest and most devoted hands, the vicious Darth Talon, who would later contrast and malform a relationship with the descendant of Luke Skywalker in Cade Skywalker, and a Twi'lek Sith Lord with unique red skin and tattoos very similar to a female version of Darth Maul, the Sith acolyte and apprentice of Darth Sidious, on a mission to lure Fel out into the open by capturing his only daughter, Princess Marisa Fel. Fel refused to take the bait. He had machinations of his own, scheming behind the scene. In fact, though Krayt did not know it yet, Fel had succeeded in reclaiming the historic and ancient world of Bastion, making it a staging and opportune area for the Imperial forces that he commanded, and had spent the last 7 years moving into position, little by little, using his machinations and schemes to blind Krayt and his one Sith Order, allowing even the non-force sensitive to move silently and undetected through Darth Krayt's formerly ironclad rule. The ground was being laid for a reckoning between emperors, between the man who claimed to have had the birthright to the title, and the man who had taken it from him. Krayt and Roan Fel. The final battle was slowly coming. It did not help that Krayt was distracted by his own condition in an attempt to discover how he could survive being consumed by his Yuzong Vong implants, which had been confirmed to eventually, over time, let's say Krayt lived for another 100 years, would eventually grow over his body. The Yuzong Vong implants worked in a way that they infected every cell in a being's body, creating a shell of metallic armor that was nigh impervious and could resist even lightsaber blades. Eventually, it grasped out in powerful spikes, dominating the mind of the individual. Krayt's mind would utterly be dominated if he had not been so strong in the Force and so ironcladed willed as he had been now. Eventually, all beings must succumb to this, though. The Vong implants were impervious and could not be taken out of his body or surgically removed without severe damage to Krayt. And even then, the treachery of the Sith philosophy scared Krayt. If he was vulnerable even for a moment, his most faithful lieutenant, even beings such as Darth Wylock, Darth Talon, and Darth Nihil, would turn on him instantly, viewing him as weak and seeing him exposed to such agonizing and excruciating pain. Krayt ventured to Korriban, the ancient homeworld of the Sith reclaimed by Darth Malgus 3 millennia prior, in an attempt to learn from the past Sith Lords on how to avoid this fate. With the Yuzong Vong slowly growing over his entire body, Krayt activated the holocrons using Force Lightning of all 3 Sith Lords: Darth Bane, the founder of the Rule of Two and newest Sith Ari, Darth Endedu, the man who pioneered essence transfer, and Darth Nihilus, widely regarded as one of the most powerful Sith of all time and the Lord of Hunger, and asked for these holocrons, inquiring how he could overcome the limitations of his armor, or at least keep it at bay for a time to come up with a pure cure, believing the ancient Sith Lord would believe in their descendants, allowing him access to knowledge that would be previously unheard of, due to the loss of knowledge after Vitia's death. The ancient Sith Lord Helvador. Bane lambasted and mocked Krayt for not adhering to the Rule of Two, blaming all of his problems on the Rule of One philosophy, meaning that his grip of power was not as ironclad. He had to have only 2 Sith Lords, one with the power and one to crave it. Nihilus merely gave a small statement in his particular dialect, which neither Bane or Ned decided to translate, meaning it was most likely offensive and incredibly harsh, just like Nihilus, with Nihilus uttering an ancient Sith. Mainly he had comprehensive knowledge of the ancient Sith dialogue that the purebloods used on Korriban thousands of years ago. And Endedu caused Krayt's armor to consume him, unlocking illusions after mocking him, transforming him into a very creature-like, much like his namesake, like the Krayt dragon. Cackling maniacally, the Sith avatars taunted him with what they said was his destiny, his inevitable death at the hands of his own armor. 3 ancient Sith Lords, declaring Krayt to be nothing but an impostor, and to order a mockery of the Sith, taunted and laughed as Krayt's fear nearly overcame him, but Krayt, using his ironclad will, refused to accept it. He saw that the Yuzong Vong implants would eventually overtake him, and he needed to be reborn. He needed to find a cure, but he was not going to lose his grip on power now, not while there was still life left in his body. He was not going to become a hulking-like beast, a mindless entity of the dark side of the Force that merely threw himself with his 9 vulnerable armor at troopers. No, he was the Dark Lord of the Sith. He takes what he desires. This was not his truth. It was not his destiny. He forges his own way. He walked a new path. And if they would not serve him, they would be silenced. In this outburst, he was able to focus his pure, unwavering fury and anger to the point he was able to reverse the effects of Endedu's wizardry and illusions, with Endedu being one of the greatest Sith sorcerers, alchemists, and illusionists ever created, and was one of the pioneers of many ancient darkside tomes, techniques, and illusions, and was one of the oldest long-lived Sith Lords ever, alongside Karnus Mur, living for only 6 millennia. He was determined that if he could get no help from the ancient Sith, that he would scour to other teachings another way. Again, he was directed on a path that would likely lead to Cade Skywalker, the only being in the galaxy that had the Force ability of dark transfer, that was able to resurrect the dead, bringing them back to life. Well, my friends, what did you think of this video? Did you enjoy this installment into the Darth Krayt series that we have been slowly uncovering? Darth Krayt is truly one of my favourite characters in all of Star Wars Legends, as a very intriguing and interesting Sith Lord. Darth Krayt nearly succeeded in dominating the galaxy, but like all Sith, except for perhaps Palpatine and Vitia, he stopped short. Even the most powerful Force users had to fall to someone, and this was how Krayt met Darth Bane and almost was murdered by the forger and pioneer of the Rule of Two. Goodbye, my acolytes. This is where we part ways. Be sure to visit the archives once again if you wish to learn more about this intriguing characters. We are currently trying to forge more lore compilations and videos so we can update daily. But due to the fact we have other YouTube channels such as the Harry Potter channel and the Lord of the Rings channel, it is becoming increasingly more difficult for us to continuously upload. Farewell, my friends. I'll see you in a galaxy far, far away. And remember, kneel before the dragon of Zakul. Greetings, my acolytes, and welcome back to the archives. If anything is to be said for certain, is that the acolytes of the dark side, whether it be the Night Sisters, the Sith, the prophets of the dark side, or the Sith Eternal cultists, have had a numerous amount of members who have impacted the galaxy in critical blows in one form or another, with the Sith being one of the most monumental cults in all of galactic history, rivaled only in fame and infamy by that of the Jedi. One of these most powerful acolytes and the undisputed master of the Sith after the fall of Palpatine was Darth Krayt, with Darth Krayt obviously being the Tusken Raider who had originally been a Jedi general named Asherad Het during the time of the Clone Wars. Asherad would eventually go on to become a bounty hunter and a leader of the Tusken Raiders before having a run-in with Obi-Wan Kenobi in his exile, putting up an impressive and combative fight, even managing to strike Obi-Wan in the face with the hilt of his lightsaber before losing. Het would eventually fall to the dark side, and Darth Krayt would attain the moniker of Dark Lord of the Sith, establishing the One Sith ideology, which would become the main primary dark side cult in the galaxy for the next 130 years. Darth Krayt, although, would emerge from hiding to defeat the corrupted Force Celestial Abeloth alongside Grandmaster Luke Skywalker, his light side equal, who at the time was similar in power to him. But even the mightiest of the Sith have to die in some form, and today we are going to be exploring the way that Darth Krayt finally perished. The way he perished before he used the ability of Dark Transfer in order to resurrect himself one final time. Our story kicks off after Darth Krayt had recently dueled Celeste Morn, the ancient Jedi who had been possessed by the Mer Talisman and the spirit of Karnus Mer himself, ultimately encasing her in stasis, which allowed her to remain alive for 9,000 years. Krayt was currently in desperate need and finding for a cure for himself, as his life was nearing its end. Due to the infestation of the Yuzong Vong parasites growing inwards, slowly transforming him to a mindless beast. Krayt and the foremost members of his order travelled to Had Abaddon, a planet in the Outer Rim with intentions of capturing Cade Skywalker, the grandson of Luke Skywalker. On the surface, Mer offered an alliance and began to modify Krayt's body, malforming it. Suddenly, everything was unveiled to be a trap, as Cade's allies were waiting in secret, concealing themselves from Krayt's ideology. Mer, however, took control fully of Celeste Morn and planned to take Krayt's body for his own, seeing as Krayt was a much more formidable being than anyone in the galaxy, with the death of Grandmaster Luke Skywalker. During the fight, Krayt was impaled in the right side of his chest by Azlyn Ray, electrocuted and force-pushed off a cliff by Karnus Mer possessing the body of Celeste Morn, and seemingly fell to his absolute doom. However, at the bottom of the cliff, Darth Wylock, having landed his shuttle nearby, approached the One Sith Emperor's body, declaring he would have taken the Tomb of the Sith to Korriban. To his surprise, Krayt suddenly awoke, having cushioned his fall with his Force strength. He asked Wylock to take him to a Bacta tank in order to regain his strength, but the Chagrian Sith Lord instantly electrocuted his master in response, seemingly killing him. He then entombed Krayt's body in a stasis chamber within Zozan's temple on Korriban, Zozan being one of the most evil, cruel, and one of the first Sith Lords in all of history, and a master of Sith alchemy and magic. Hiding the truth from the other Sith while planning and scheming on inducting all beings in the galaxy into the ranks of the One Sith, as Krayt had always intended. Darth Maladai, however, suspected Krayt had been killed by Wylock and shared her concerns with Darth Nihil. Maladai also feared Wylock would try to eliminate the two, as they had not been born Sith, and suggested Nihil go to Korriban and verify whether Krayt was alive or not. Once on the temple, Lord Nihil lied to Darth Talon, telling her that he had felt Lord Krayt summoning in his mind. The pair entered the stasis room and discovered that Krayt's corpse had vanished, while his armour remained in the chamber, as Krayt was finally free of his Yuzong Vong implants after over 170 years of torment. Lord Nihil then informed Wylock about the disappearance of Krayt's corpse in his tomb on Korriban. Wylock immediately claimed that somebody had killed the recuperating Krayt and then stolen his body, leaving his armor behind, somehow felling and removing it from his body. Already facing serious losses in the war with the Alliance and the Fel Empire led by Emperor Ronan Fel by birth, Wylock offered that the incident had been covered up temporarily and appointed himself as the new emperor, with Niall serving as his advisor and second-in-command, very similar to how Wylock had served as Krayt's second-in-command during Krayt's time as the emperor, although now Krayt was seemingly in a permanent hiatus. An enraged Wylock used Force Lightning to destroy Krayt's armor. As advisor, Niall used his position to move up against his rival Talon by implicating the latter in Krayt's disappearance and final destruction. This suspicion was backed by Talon's apparent disappearance following her meeting with Niall. Wylock expressed his suspicions on Talon's loyalty to Wylock, believing that she was completely and bound to the power of Darth Krayt, and ordered Niall to apprehend her for interrogation. Niall then pursued Talon into the ancient Valley of the Dark Lord, an ancient home of ancient Sith darkside and a nexus and conduit for the dark side of the Force in the galaxy, by using the Force to home in on her position, tapping into the innermost Force energies of the planet, very similar to how Anakin Skywalker did on Mortis. While he was on the route to finding Talon, he encountered a Tukata, but the powers to tell the beast that he was not a foe, merely a fellow acolyte of the dark side. Meanwhile, cowering in a deep chamber, Talon had already encountered the resurrected and currently rejuvenating Krayt, who had granted her the ability to sense any pursuers who were following her. He had also healed himself with his long implantations, which had been implanted more than a century ago, which he had foreseen as part of his rebirth, and made him the most powerful Sith Lord up until this point, and the most powerful Sith Lord currently alive, as well as the most powerful Force-sensitive being excluding entities in the entirety of the galaxy. Eventually, Talon detected Niall, finding him pursuing her in order to uncover the truth of Darth Krayt's rebirth and thought to be of death, dueling Talon until Darth Krayt intervened and revealed to the two Sith his scheme to hold the one Sith under his control for eternity. For decades, he had taken the most powerful newly born Force sensitives, having them variously enhanced with cybernetic implantations and extraterrestrial various implants, and turned them into unquestionably loyal Sith troopers bound to his will that would take their own lives when ordered to do so by their master, exceeding a loyalty surpassing that of even Darth Talon. It was with this battalion of troopers, and a new, more powerful class of Sith starfighter that would come to be known as the Annihilated class starfighter, that Darth Krayt intended to make himself the unquestioned and unparalleled leader of the galaxy, and squish the Rebel Alliance and the remaining Jedi once and for all. Upon revealing this, he then revealed his will and presence to all those in the galaxies that had ever touched the dark side, Cade Skywalker included. Though this brought pleasure to the one Sith, Darth Wylock stood alone as an enemy of Krayt upon confirming that the Dark Lord was alive. And in this moment, Darth Wylock knew fear, as he knew that even in his immense power, he could not slay Darth Krayt. Soon after, Krayt proceeded to head to Coruscant with Darth Nihil and Talon, along with at least 2 Sith troopers. When they arrived, they were confronted by several Sith that Darth Wylock had convinced that this Krayt was an imposter. After a brief but ferocious battle, Darth Krayt's forces were successful, and enraged Wylock then confronted the Dark Lord, declaring he had already killed him, and that he would not apologize for attempting to kill Krayt, and seeing that treachery was the way of the Sith, and that the rule of 2 had been right in various factoids. After a short, ferocious, vicious, and intense duel, Darth Krayt led Wylock to believe that he was victorious, only then to utterly impale the usurper through the chest using his Jarkal style of fighting, impaling him through the heart and his ribcage with his twin lightsabers. With his former closest advocate and ally dead, Darth Krayt declared that he had the galaxy truly united. He would have to cause it to go through a form of death and rebirth as he had. With that said and done, the Dark Lord of the Sith began to scheme and make his machinations, as well as his preparation for all-out war. Well, my friends and acolytes, what did you think of this? Darth Krayt is one of the oldest, one of the most powerful characters in all of the lore, surpassing beings like Yoda, Anakin Skywalker, and even the most powerful of the Jedi. And for a time, you could even say that he eclipsed the power of Grand Master Luke Skywalker, although due to Luke's power progression rivaling that of the Chosen One, Luke very well surpassed Krayt, but only just. Krayt got on a level of a being such as Palpatine, through time, manipulation, and cunning, Krayt was immensely formidable, and a being perhaps stronger than any other being in galactic history, at least during his lifetime. Well, my friends, my acolytes, and my students, I'll see you in the galaxy far, far away, and remember, kneel before the empire of the one Sith.
I've grown from a man to a god.
Greetings, friends, acolytes, archivists, and welcome back to the embrace of knowledge our archives provides. We have been expecting you. I see your tenacity for dark side lore has increased. Very well. Today we are going to be immersing ourselves back into the legacy comic issues, picking up where we left off last week, with Darth Krayt recently overthrowing the doppelganger of Roan Fel, and confessing his recent demise and soon-to-be death at the hands of the Yuzong von Gross and parasites brewing within him, to Darth Wylock, his most trusted advisor. So, my friends, grab a snack and prepare to have this pure narration about these Jedi, Sith, and the skirmishes in the galaxy far, far away. 7 years later, the planet Dalu. It is dangerous for more than one Jedi to gather in a single place these days. If it's not the bounty hunters, it's the Sith. Why have you asked us to meet you, Master Sazen? I know. My former master still seeks Cade Skywalker. It's been 7 years since the fall of Ossus. Not one word has been heard of Cade Skywalker. He must be dead. He is not. He was my Padawan. Before you, Shadow, he is strong in the Force. Cade Skywalker is alive. Then Cade doesn't want to be found. Why do you bother, Master? The Sith are not going to go away. The Jedi need to be rallied together. I'm convinced only a Skywalker can do that, and Cade is the only Skywalker left. I know that Cade is necessary, and the time I feel is now. I feel it in the Force. We find Cade, then we decide our next course of action. It is time that we were Jedi again. Oof! Masters, Sith. I think I'll go with you, Master. I'm glad, Shadow. What have you decided? The Sith won't let us hide here. Besides, I'm tired of hiding, of being hunted. I'd rather be the hunter. Might as well start with Cade. Where do we begin? We trust in the Force to lead us to Cade. The planet Locke. The place is named Brogar's. It's more than just another seedy cantina. Brogar operates a safe house, where those on the run can find refuge for a price, until they can find a way off the planet. I don't know, Scrooger. Word has it that Rav is looking for you. Taking you anywhere could be a death mark. The old pilot has a long reach. What? Rav? Nah. Phew, it's just a mistake. What do you call it? A misunderstanding. I just need a little time and distance to work it out. To let Rav go down so I can explain it to him. See? Besides, you and I could always claim I snuck aboard. If Rav finds out you won't be on board, you'll be out the airlock. Bring all your creds to pad 45. All the range, Hosk, pad 9 an hour. You have my thanks. I owed you now. Now we're even. Don't get caught, Hosk. Don't remember me if you do. What do you want? Hey, handsome. My name's Delia Blue. Nexy Skriger there. I got something for him. Leave it with me and I'll see he gets it. I can't, lover. You see, it's personal. Real personal. He really wants it. If you could help me out, I'd be very grateful. And I always pay my debts. Well, guess I won't do no harm. Ugh. Stand down. We're bounty hunters. We're after a bounty. Let me explain how this works. Crop, pay me for a nerf herder, will ya? I said stand down. Listen up, everybody. I'm Kay. The other guy's Jarius Sin. The other lady by the door is Delia Blue. We're here for only one sentient tonight. We'll go and collect him and go the rest of you. Stay put and there won't be any trouble. Clear? I won't be taken. You tell him, pal. A Jedi? Sweet. Creds, but they're so hard to find these days. Watch him, Sin. I'm going for the Skriger. Running just annoys me, Naxi. You, back off, Kate. I got a blaster. Oh, yeah? I got a blaster and I'm not afraid to use it. Bounty's good, dead or alive. Worth more alive than dead. But a dead Jedi is more of a sure thing. How to play it. Go for the sure thing every time. Shoes on, what's the other side of your mouth now? Ha, Cade. Ah, shut up, Naxi. Son of my Murglak. Go to sleep, pretty Jedi. The lion needs new boots. A Jedi does not surrender so easily. Where's that thug? Bet I'd been saving. Ah! You lose your canyon, Sin? Cade's fault. Hit me, Franken idiot. Hit me with the bounty. Yeah, Sin, the bounty. The reason we came here in the first place. The job Rav sent us to do. Cade, Sin, Dyer, what part of the safe house do you not understand? Sentients, pay me a significant amount of credits knowing they'll be under my protection. To permit you to depart with these two would be bad for this business. Get serious, Brogar, Skriger. Stiffed Rav on bail and you don't know Rav doesn't allow safe harbor for that. You are also hiding a Jedi. Imps feel strongly about the Jedi. Maybe some of them Sith be checking you out. I had no idea this one was a Jedi. He must have pulled one of the mind tricks that they do. Right, Broger, I believe you, no question. Tell you what, we won't mention where we found the Jedi and when we turn him in. And you're not going to give us a problem about taking Skrilla, aren't you? Here's a gift, a gesture of good faith between Rav and myself. You will tell him. Sure, Delia, get the door. Don't be offended. Brogar, but we're going back out here shortly. An act of wisdom, boys. Let them go. Clear. Senior Franken-de-Kurt, why aren't you going to shoot the Jedi? You know the bounty's better taken in if they're alive. Dead, they can't put those mind control whammies on you. They're freaks, man. Control your mind. Make you do things what you want. Even kill yourself. Can't do it dead. They've only gotten sneakier in the past 7 years, since the Empire took over. The survivors blend in real good now. I can hardly tell them apart from normal folk anymore. Ooh, big scary Jedi! What, you're too much of a gleepud to take one alive? Everyone knows you just have to whisper Jedi, and Sin gets wobbly kneed. Enough! We got this one alive, didn't we? End it! Okay, buddy. Look at this is here. This is a mistake. It's trying what it is. I was trying to raise the creds to pay back Rav. Honest. Stow it, Naxi. You can explain it all to Rav. I really don't care. Please, I've done you no harm. I cannot match the bounty you may earn, but the Jedi will want a force for good in this galaxy. I still strive to live by that, to help where I can. Please, let me go. Man, your Jedi senses must be seriously racked if you're asking Cade for mercy. Him and me served together on Rav's ship back when Rav was a pirate. I'll tell you, no one was colder than Cade. Why didn't you use your lightsaber back in the cantina, Jedi? I thought all Jedi had lightsabers. Mine was mastered in an explosion that I myself barely survived. In any case, my talent as a healer more than a warrior. Please, I do not fear death. Death is the least of what the Sith can do, like me. There are reasons the Sith like to take us alive. In doing this, you serve the Sith. I don't deserve what will happen to me after you turn me in for bounty. No sentient does. Please. It's a hard galaxy. The Jedi Temple on Coruscant has been rebuilt many times since the days of the Old Republic, most lately by the Empire. It is now a temple of the Sith. This, even more than the Imperial Palace, is Darth Krayt's seat of power. Darth Ruin, is her training complete? Yes, Master. She's the best I have ever trained, Master. Apprentice, has Darth Ruin been a good teacher? He's the only teacher I have known, Lord. Do you respect him? Do you care about him? Yes, Master. Kill him. Apprentice, do you know why your master had to die? Because you ordered it, Master. Come to me. I am your life. I am your death. You have passed your final test without flinching. I name you Darth Talon, and you will now be one of my hands, my own personal assassin. Henceforth, you will take orders only from me, report only to me. I am honored, Master. Here's your first mission. For the past 7 years, the former Emperor Roan Fel has been a thorn in my side. He strikes from nowhere, then hides, like the rebel fighters of old. He has gathered a small group of loyalists about him. All attempts to find him thus far have failed. Fel's daughter, the Princess Narishian, has often acted as his emissary, secretly infiltrating systems, learning which Imperial officers might still be loyal to their father. I have learned she is currently at the Imperial mission on the planet Solico, hiding in its temple. She travels with an Imperial knight by the name of Elke Vetter. Listen well, Darth Talon. This is what I want. Kill me if you will, Sith. The princess has escaped. Yes, she is with Astral Vow, the local missionary. The plan was for them to escape. Mauritia by herself is of little value, but now I will drive her to her father, or he will come to save her, and then I will kill them both. You have no further purpose. Princess Mauritia, are you all right? She's dead. Astra, the Sith killed Elke. I felt her die in the Force, felt her anguish, her despair. I'm going back. The Sith needs killing. No, princess, please! She gave her life so you could escape. Returning would only dishonor her sacrifice. Elke wasn't just my bodyguard, Astro. She was my teacher. She was my friend. A killer must die. Princess Elke, her life in the service of others, as do we. We are bound by the duties. Our personal desires are nothing. Your duty now is to survive. You sound like her, Astro Val. Like my father always. What duty requires? Then let's go then, as duty demands before the Sith can follow. The planet Sokroko. The Crimson Axe sits high above the black sands of the Kili wasteland, nested in an ancient Sarlacc pit. Appropriate, some would say, for it belongs to a tough old Sarlacc of Frerin called Rav, once a feared space pirate. These days, Rav leads a marginally more legal existence, providing bail bonds, and the Axe has become a station for the bounty hunters to pick up assignments and drop off their prey. All they get to do is get there intact. Son of a... Whoa, nice move, Jedi. Listen up, what we say we team up and then you get free. You and me. Could be good. Shut up, Naxi! Bosca, Lisa to the Sima, Jedi Clispa, Cade, more creds for a live, capture don't matter if we're dead. Idiot. Cade, get out of the Skrygogan way! We're gonna lose him! Give it up, Jedi. Keep fighting and you're dead. Then you really got no hope. The Force, it's very strong with you. Jedi. Hey Rav, brought you a bonus along with the Jedi. Relax, boy. Droids caught it all on the holovid. And you even asked for proof and you'll be kissing the business end of my blaster. I helped too, Sir Master Lath. Sir, no, I'm serious here. They couldn't have done it without me. I think I deserve some, consideration. But I am considering you, Naxi. Considering whether I want your scrutiny hide roasted or fried. Take him away, lads. Let's see what I owe you. Deducting what you owe me. Parts, docking, Tabana, gas. Should leave you with just enough to refuel the Minoc and buy a few rounds in the cantina. If you keep to the house brands. And just for you, Cade, a bonus. A few death sticks for a job well done. Can't afford those. I know. You're good for it. Cade? All that work because this is all we get for it? This life stinks, and eating yourself with those things just makes us worse. It's my life, and my ship, and I don't need your permission or approval for anything. You don't like it? Find another ship! Ever tire of freelance life, lad? You can always come back to the crew for me again. Your generosity's killing me, Rav. The only reason you keep running a tab on Cade's bad habits is to keep his leash tight. Of course I do. I like you owing me. It reminds me of the good old days. Your good old days, not mine. Me and Cade earned our freedom. You owe us, Rav. No, I owed your dead father. You once convinced me to pick Cade out of the debris over Ossus. I would have left him floating. All debris were paid. I owe you nothing. If you had your father's brains, you would have found another ship, another captain, all those lids aboard the Axe Apprentice, and you still don't get it. The only true loyalty is to yourself. All other loyalists are for rent or sale. That's why you'll always be owned, Sin. Rav's not wrong. Cade used to be the best hunter around, but he's lost his edge. Not Cade's fault, Sin. Something in him is just broken. Bastion, home to the Imperial Remnant and the capital of the new empire before it was moved to Coruscant. Roan Fel, former emperor. I am Lieutenant Keeper of the Army Bastion. The true Emperor, Darth Krayt, has ordered your arrest. Surrender. Oh, I'm not here to surrender. I'm here to take possession of the Bastion in the name of the Imperial throne. My throne. I am, by right of birth and choice, your true Emperor, not this Sith usurper Krayt. It is to me that you all rightfully owe your allegiance. I call upon you, my loyal stormtroopers, to join with me and take back our empire which you have so long and faithfully served. What are you doing? Stand and do your duty. We owe our loyalty through a throne, not a man. Well, I know my duty, and I will execute it. General Orlan Jaeger, 501st Commander, on Bastion. Welcome back home, sire. Welcome home. Greetings, acolytes of the Force, and welcome back to this rather peculiar and unusual video. I know what you're thinking. How were you ever able to get a hold of this comic? The Legends Disney Canon distinction in 2014 largely divided all of Legends continuity and canon continuity away, but through various sources, I have managed to attain this copy of a Star Wars Legacy comment online. We will be covering this series, as well as Cade Skywalker and Darth Krayt, and their journey that ultimately led to the Dragon of the Sith, one of the most powerful dark side force wielders in history, into his ultimate demise. Without further ado, grab a snack and prepare as we delve into the presence of the true masters. Just one quick disclaimer, this will all be narrated personally by me, with my personal interpretation on the voices. So please take it easy on me in the comments if these voices aren't what you personally expected from these characters. I have broken the spine of the galaxy. Nearly 100 years ago, the Yuzong Vong invaded, plunging the galaxy into deep chaos, bleeding and weakening. Patient in the war force, I waited as the galaxy drew darker. I watched as the invaders, finally defeated, were allowed to live in exile on the sentient planet, so Nama set Kart, a folly designed by the Jedi, but ultimately that too served my purpose. Lingering hatred festered on worlds that had suffered heavily at the hands of the Yuzong Vong. That hatred gave us our openings. I made an alliance with the reborn Empire at the Bastion. We manufactured a cause for war, making the Vong seem responsible, split the Galactic Alliance, began to fight itself, and so died. I knew the Jedi from old, they could never share my vision. 2 days ago, the Jedi Temple on Coruscant fell today. At their academy on Ossus, the last of the Jedi will die. Sometimes things must be broken in order to be rebuilt. As I have bent the Force to my will, so will I belt the galaxy, and we will know order. My true work is about to begin. From the holocron of Darth Krayt, Lord of the Sith. Cade, you in Shadow, get those younglings out of the shuttle now, and get off the planet. Your father and I will make a stand here. Hurry. They're coming, Cole. I sense them too, Wolf. We will hold them here. There's no escape from the landing pad except with the shuttle, and no way to the shuttle but through us. Why are you still here, Padawan? I gave you instructions. Shadow doesn't need me to fly the shuttle, Master. You and Dad are gonna need me more. Cade, we're not gonna start this again. You're still a Padawan, not a knight. You owe your master obedience. He gave you an order. My place is here with you and Master Sazine. I feel it. Listen to the Force, Cade. A Jedi's concern is to preserve life. Protect the younglings with your life, son. Obey Master Sazine. And go! Yes, Father. Not the best of farewell, Cole. We take what is given. Speaking of which, here they come.
These are the last. Finish them and our master's will is accomplished.
What? No demand for us to surrender, Sith?
My master will not make Palpatine's mistake. All Jedi must die.
Stand away from him, Sith spawn. I am Cole Skywalker, servant of the living Force. None of you will pass. Youngling stowed, systems on the line, we're good to go. Master Sazine is down, Shadow. I fired his farthing all alone. He's not just your father, Cade. He's my master. Not easy for me either. We know his wish. He expects us to obey. We have to honor that. Can't do it. Cade! Get this Krayt up on the repulsor list and then punch it if you have to, Shadow. I can't sit here and watch my father and my master die. I'm here for you, Father. I don't want you to fire alone. No! Every moment you delay here, you endanger the lives on board that shuttle. This is not how you were taught. I won't leave you. You're putting your own wants, your own desires ahead of your duties, out of the needs of others. You're a Skywalker, Cade. Act like one. Help your master onto the shuttle, and leave as you command, Master. Cade, is he, Master Sazine, dead? Shh. Do not be afraid. What you have been taught, there is no death. There's only the Force. When the shell falls, the essence remains. Nothing is lost. Nothing is... No! Master Sazine, I will not let you go, Master! Back! Yes, death. Only death lies this way. Father! Cade! No! Ah! Master, go. Cade, you didn't die and you... Did you? Cade? Get away from me. All of you stay back. I'm going back. I'm taking my fighter and I'm killing the Sith who murdered my father. Stop! I can feel the anger in you, Cade. It's fire that will consume you. It was wrong to bring me back to life. To do it brought you back to the edge of the dark side. Killed to avenge your father and you become what killed him. Is that how you would honor his memory? It wasn't wrong. Cade, cockpit now. What's hitting us? Take a look. Imperium fighters. Shields are getting down to 40%. Getting down to hyperspace is going to be real iffy. Punch in the coordinates while I try to keep us from being blasted into space dust. Too risky. I'll take the fighter and clear a path. Once you're free of Osis's gravity, hit light speed. One fighter against all of those? That's suicide, Cade. You don't have to do it that way. We take what is given. Is that... Cade in the fighter. Shouldn't, not in his state, open a channel. Cade, this is your master. Come back. Don't do this. Sorry, master. Too much static. We must be getting jammed. Skywalker, out. He caught the line, master. He brought me back, Shadow, from the very edge of life and death. I felt the dark side touch him. Now I feel him. Now in my mind, he desires death, and he wants to kill before he dies. Come on, you cock and Sith hounds. There is death, and I'm here to give it to you. He's gone. No. I can't sense him in the Force, Master. He must be dead. I would have felt his death in the Force when he pulled me back from death's edge. It strengthened the bonds we share as Master and Padawan. He's alive. I know it. If he is, then we have to go back to look for him, Master. Hyperspace coordinates are locked in, but the imps are closing in on us again. Maybe one quick pass? Our duty is to the youngling, Shadow. Cade knew this. Go. I promise you this. If you live, I will find Cade Skywalker. Coruscant, jewel of the Old Republic, taken by the Empire, reclaimed by the New Republic. Its Yuzong Vong ripped from its orbit, shattered its moons, and razed its durasteel towers, so they might reshape it with their biotechnology. Following the Yuzong Vong's defeat, the Galactic Alliance rebuilt a broken Coruscant, making it their capital once more. Now it is the Imperial throne world for the new Empire. In the newly ordained throne room, Emperor Roan Fel gathers with his Moss as Grand Admiral Morlish V gives a final report of the Sith Imperial War. Osis has fallen, and the Jedi Order is broken. What Jedi remain are scattered throughout the galaxy. Your Imperial Majesty. My fellow Moths, the war is over, and the galaxy is ours again. What is this? Who dares? Darth Krayt. Our Sith allies. Your early Lady Malady, Lord Krayt, Lord Nile. We had heard we were wounded at Osis, but I see the reports exaggerate. Oh, and Lord Wylock. The Empire owes you much. Our victory would not be possible without you. What reward would you name? Your life, Emperor Fel. Imperial Knight, save your Emperor! Ugh. Do not interfere. You cannot stop this. Shut it, V. You knew this was going to happen. If that's so gist, you best choose your next words very carefully. And what you ask is the meaning of this? Roan Fel never really embraced the war or the idea of a unified galaxy. He went along with it as a political necessity. That's not what the Empire, the galaxy, needs. The galaxy rises in chaos and disorder. It requires a man of vision. I am that man of vision. I am the new Emperor. Grand Admiral Morlish Veed, by virtue of your rank, you must be the first to swear loyalty and fealty to me. I so swear, Your Excellency. Now, the rest of you. We so swear. Go, I will summon you again later. Then you will learn how you will serve me. That wasn't the deal, Calcite. I was to be Emperor. Morlish, you've been stabbed in the back by a Sith. Are you surprised? Bide your time, watch your tongue. The future is not yet written. You may yet become Emperor. Darth Malady, what is your will, my lord? That was not Roan Fel. Explain yourself. Master, he was a double! The real Roan Fel could have resisted. He's a fully trained Jedi like his Imperial Knights. The true Roan Fel we were coming. He smelled a trap. He had now escaped. As head of intelligence, you should have anticipated that. You control the throne of the Empire, dread lord. By himself, Roan Fel is no danger to you. By himself, Fel is nothing, but much of the military and even some of the Moffs are sympathetic to him. If he calls them to him and they go, he could split the Empire. Still, it may be useful to find out which of the Moffs and the military commanders are loyal to Fel personally, and which simply to the throne, no matter who sits on it. Fel can delay us and we establish our vision of order for the galaxy, but he cannot stop it. The key will be to make certain Fel does not gain allies. He may seek out Jedi. Hunt the Jedi. Get others. Offer bounties. 10 times more for the ones alive than dead. One might be turned. You failed me today, Malady. Serve me better tomorrow. Begin to engage the hunters now. We must remain strong and ready. Leave for me now. Yes, master. My body fails me, Warlock. You've overextended yourself, my lord. Perhaps a healing trance, or back into stasis? Perhaps a healing meditation, but I cannot go back into stasis. I am Emperor, now and I must be seen, and seen as strong. Not at all the Moffs are pleased I am Emperor, Veed especially. They are gravel maggots waiting to feed. You are iron-willed, my master, but how long have I fought this thing which threatens to take me over and make me not myself? How much longer can I keep it at bay? A decade or two perhaps, not more, and the galaxy is not yet in order. I felt a murmur in the dark side when Ossus fell, a dark light in the Force, drawing life back from death, healing. The source was a Jedi. I have not lived this long or prepared so exactly to fail now. Becoming Emperor is just the first step. I will find this Jedi and bend their power to serve the dark vision. My vision of galactic order is not yet reality, but it will be. It will be. Greetings, fellow acolytes of the Force, slaves of the Talisman, and acolytes of the ancient Sith, and welcome back to the archives. I have been expecting you. Recently, we have been covering the legacy comic issues, and while for this issue we are going to be jumping heavily forward in time, we have been covering the most intriguing and the most jaw-dropping comics and some of the greatest comics to ever come out of Star Wars, seeing the legacy era, after the era of both Abeloth, the Lost Tribe of the Sith, as well as beings such as Darth, Kindness. We have even the death of Grandmaster Luke Skywalker. This takes place 150 years after the destruction of the Battle of Yavin, in 137 to 138 ABY. Over 130 years until Sidious's final death in Dark Empire. So my friends, today we are going to be exploring personally my favourite comic issue in all of this legacy comic, that being the comic series Invector, revolving around the Talisman, one of the most mysterious and ancient Sith artifacts that preserved the ancient apparition and crimson spirit of Karnus Mur, one of the founding Sith Lords, who lived during the time of the old Sith Empire, and was one of the original Jedi Sith exiles who were exiled by the Jedi Order to the distant backwater planet of Moraband, or as it was earlier referred as, Korriban. So my friends, join us as we explore this comic issue with a full-on voiceover. One quick note is don't pick on me for any of the voices. Anyway, my friends, let us enjoy. 10 years ago, the Imperial Star Destroyer Iron Sun went missing. Its final garbled transmission spoke of the monsters. The ship was presumed destroyed, the victim of a mass shadow or black hole. For 10 years, it has hung here between the fractured hyperspace lanes of deep core as though it has been waiting. Something has. she has.
Well, little Jedi, darling Celeste, are you willing to surrender to the inevitable? To surrender to me?
You are my prisoner, Carnasmer, and my body is still your prison.
No, Celestimon. You are my temple, and you are the one imprisoned by my will. You must let me go, allow me control, then you will no longer be a prisoner in your own body.
Never.
I am patient. Another will come, another strong in the Force, and then I will no longer need you at all, and you will die, little Jedi.
Hyperspace, Cade Skywalker's ship, the Minor, en route to the planet had Abaddon in the deep core. Is it just me, Sin, or is Cade's plan to lure Darth Krayt to hide Abaddon so we can kill him crazy? Ever do local stuff like this before I signed on? Back when Cade and I were pirates, nah, assassinations weren't our brand of nasty blue. Scares me some. Cade's scared that once Krayt is dead and his Sith Order falls apart, the Sith and the Empire will leave us alone. It'll be like it used to be. So now, love's bond and stupid, he's Cade frickin' Skywalker. Half the galaxy knows it by now. You think we can fry one of the Sith Crease bar and get our old life back? Simple as that? Girl always can hope, Jerry. I don't know, do I think you're both delusional. Worth a try, though. The Minox hold. The Jedi is good with a lightsaber. We're better, Gunner. Because we're Imperial Knights. Yes. If Shadalvar were one of us instead of a Jedi, would he be better than we are? He isn't one of us, Krieg. He would never be one like us. He lacks discipline. You know, Draco, it's a good thing it was Princess Masria and not you who stayed behind at the Hidden Temple to negotiate a treaty with the Jedi, or he'd likely have a war and not an ally. Outside Captain quarters. Okay, look, I admit, I used to sneak Princess Masria into the Hidden Temple. I'm an Imperial Knight, a covert agent. I was just doing my job. Cade Skywalker, former Jedi, former pirate, bounty hunter, smuggler, owner and captain of the Minor. His name makes him sought after by Jedi and Sith alike. He tries to meditate, hoping to resist the temptation to escape everything by using the death stick before him. To try to be strong enough to face the task of the life snap ahead of him. After the Sith attack, massacred so many Jedi in Coruscant and Ossus, a lot of us apprentices just scattered. Made our way the best we could, like you. A pirate rescued you. That's what became. An Imperial Knight rescued me. They finished my training. I owe them. I guess I forgot I owe something to the past as well, to you. When we were younger, when we had an apprentice, we had blasters. Cade, did you have to make this so difficult? Cade? Contact. Son, what are you playing at jumping out of hyperspace like that? If you fried the hyperdrive, Cade will be on my butt to fix it. Not my fault. Feels like we got our yanked out by some kind of individual field. There's no reason no sane person comes here carking deep core lanes as crazy as Slash Rat's nest. Well, we won't be going anywhere till that drive is fixed. What are you gawking at? Get your loose little astromorph droid circuits to figure it out with that hyperspace lane. Gotta go, R2. Yeah, you said you knew the way. Just get on it, droid, before I rearrange your insides with my blaster. You ain't no treasured part of my past. Oh no. We are so dead. This stop you're doing, Aslan Ray. No, then quit hanging outside my door. I was trying to talk to you. I was trying to explain. Explain what? I'm supposed to believe an unhanded shooter like you? Sold me out to the imps once. Maybe you're gonna do it again now. Already told you I wasn't. You've got to trust me. Don't think so. You're an Imperial Knight. Do your duty. Obey your orders. The only reason you wormed your way back into my life was because the Emperor when Fel ordered it. Means Fel either wants me dead or grabbed. If Fel decides tomorrow that I'm too dangerous to run lube around the galaxy, your job as an Imperial Knight would be to kill me, so don't ask me to trust you. Krayt, you want to get up here right now? A Star Destroyer? Why haven't you just left it? You don't need my okay for that. Can't. They got us in a tractor beam. Besides, hyperdrive messed up when we got yanked into real space. Blue's working on it. Get the gun ready. They'll open up and put us in and we'll see if that makes them spit us back out. Wait, there's something wrong here. There are no predators, and the Star Destroyer, 6 hulls taking fire damage from inside. I sense life forms over there. I sense more than just that. There's a Jedi on that ship, I think, or a Sith. I sense nothing like that. Force don't love me like it do me, Pastilla. Which did you sense, Jedi or Sith? Sith would make sense. It has to be one or the other. Can't be both. Oh, you mean like me. I sense no one in the hangar deck. Yeah, Shadow. Nothing's here but an old ship. R2 and Blue will stay with the Minoc and fix the hyperdrive. Everyone else, let's have a look. See if we can find some ghosts on the ship that we can work the tractor beam. Draco, Krieg, start checking out the corridors of the hangar bay. Keep in touch. The rest of us will secure the area and see what we can turn up. Ship's empty except for the bones, Shadow. What do you make of them? It's a skull from something with big teeth. Nowhere to tell how long it's been dead. Right, except that the ship it came from is at least 100 years old. I do not like this place. I get a feeling from this, not like a feeling I get from Sith. I do too. Hangar bay here. You and Master Krieg find anything? Or anyone, Master Draco? Bones. We found bones. Some have been gnawed. Looks like there was a fight. Draco, Skywalker here. We got bones too. Either of you sense the presence that we felt coming in? No, but there's a darkness here. Copy that. I feel it too. I think someone's blocking us. Let's meet up on the level 3. We need to find where those signs of sentient life I felt came from. Sith spit! Krayt! Skywalker, what's going on? Master Ray, report! Hold on, we're on our way. Cease! Back. I am once more in command. I order you back. You were the one I felt in the Force. As I felt you, I apologize for the attack. I lost control of him for a moment. No, you've been bitten, scratched. That does it. Who are you and what do you think you're doing? My name is Celeste Morn, and I am a Jedi of the Republic. She's jammed the lock. I can cut through the door, but it'll take a while. Some Jedi, you think those things out there are gonna wait around while you mess around? What good's the Force if you can't break down a stupid door? The Force is strong in both of you. Are you Jedi? Chuba no. We were once Jedi apprentices together. I am an Imperial Knight in service of the Empire. The Empire, yes. I know of this new Empire from this vessel's records. Sadly, who or what you are is no longer of consequence. In a few hours you will be rat ghouls, like the creatures outside the ship. There is no cure. Lies! For a Jedi, you sure got the stink of a Sith about you. I can sense it. If you sense the dark side in me, then it's because of the talisman I wear. I've been bound to this Sith, Carnus Mur, for 4,000 years. Darkness lies within you as well. Perhaps that is why we sense one another. Listen to me. What you need to know about the Empire is that a Sith named Darth Krayt took it over, killed the Jedi, killed my father, and destroyed everything. I came out to this Force-forsaken place to assassinate him and kill as many of his minions as I can run my saber through. Then it'll be up to your companions to carry out your mission. In a few hours you will be as mindless beasts as the beasts that attacked you. Take this time to prepare yourselves. I will stay with you. When the time of change comes, I will send you quickly into the Force. Sometime later. Draco, calling Mark. Blue, hear any word for Cage yet? Time to face facts, lady. By now Skywalker might be dead, and without him we can't lure Krayt. Mission is over. You got that hyperdrive fixed yet? Shut your face. Cade is alive and we're getting him out of here. Your name is Cade Skywalker. I have read the histories of this vessel right. 100 years ago, I may have encountered an ancestor of yours. A Luke Skywalker. Never heard of him. When I met him, Luke Skywalker would not be the great figure he would become. He reminded me of someone I knew during the Mandalorian War. A Jedi Padawan named Zane Carrick. This talisman I wear sought to take Zane. He was weaker than I was. I felt I could withstand what he held better than he, so I let it take me instead. For my own protection, Carrick placed me in a stasis casket that cut me off from the galaxy, promising he'd bring someone to heal me. He never returned. Instead, I spent 4,000 years with the only poisonous voices of Karnas Mer as company, to be awakened by another Sith, the one they called Darth Vader, one more Skywalker. Vader told me everything that mattered to the Republic. The Jedi Order itself was dead. He abandoned me when he could not since command me, since I have been contesting Mer's will for the control of my own body.
And I will win.
What are those creatures? Rock ghouls. In my time they were a plague on Taris. I created the ones outside by willing it so. The talisman gives me that ability, except in some non-human species, and individuals strong in the Force. The rock ghouls began as creations of Karnas Mer's Sith magic, but Scratches and Bryce sped the plague, even to Force users like you. Even after I commandeered the vessel in which we now stand, I felt a sudden yearning to explore. But then I realized that was what Mer wanted, his intention to create armies of Rakghoul to which to dominate the galaxy. I fled to the deep core, to lose myself, and to protect the galaxy. If the talisman is that nasty, why not just bury it somewhere? And have it be found again by someone else? Someone weaker who will create armies of Raks and set them loose on the galaxy? No, I am Mer's cage, and he is my prisoner, and that is how it must be. Cade, I feel something wrong. It begins. I will give you death. It is the only mercy I can offer. 10 years ago, my ship was found and taken aboard by the Iron Sun. I assumed it was the same empire Vader served, so I created a new army from its crew. Food ran out. The Rakghouls had been cannibalizing one another. I didn't stop them. They needed to eat.
And it was entertaining.
Blue, if you have a plan to get Cade out, you better get your pink rear in the gear. These things are starting to look at me like I'm a big, juicy Giska steak. Pig ugly, go on and threaten my friends, will ya? Bite the deck in. You're gonna like this. It's all about boom. Blue, that was good. Blue, you crazy Zeltron, you're gonna boom me. Quit whining, Juria. You know you love it. I feel it too. Celeste, you said the Rakghouls were called by a plague. You mean a disease? The magic is a vector, but a Rakghoul bite or scratch carries a disease. Like a virus, it doesn't matter. There is no cure. Ejecta! If you just quit yarning on about your stupid life and told me that in the first place. The Force, such intensity.
The dark side at work.
No, he fights against it. Giving up Jedi? Perhaps if I was to use an Imperial lightsaber. If you closed your mouth and opened your mind, Imperial, perhaps you could sense it. Something has happened in there. Cade! What, just making some friends, Blue? You have done more than that, Cade Skywalker. You have impressed me, with your ability and your sense of mission, and with the loyalty of your companions. I do not make friends, but you have earned yourself as an ally. I am joining your mission. Together we will kill this Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Krayt. Imperial garrison on Had Abaddon, deep core. All pilots to their ships. Stand down. Imperial base. This is Predator of Delta 2 in pursuit of the Twin Tail. We have him. In your dreams, Master Draco. Does this feel right to you, Antares? Killing fellow Imperials? Right is killing our enemies. They followed the usurper Krayt. They are the enemy, Master Krieg. Roost to Tamarnock. The path is clear. Get ready to pop and drop, Cade. Done and done, Sin. Clear now. Get out of here quick, quick.
There's the one I sensed in the Force.
Cock and great intel from your map, Knights. Aslan Ray, just a few more stormies than I figured. And a Sith. It doesn't matter. You serve without question, like beasts. Beasts you will be then. Rackles to serve my will.
Yes. You command Sith magic, woman. Why do you strike against your allies?
I am not Sith. I hate all Sith. Main thing you want to avoid with Rack, Sith, is their teeth. Away! After him! No. Ichata! What are you thinking, Morn? He'll go to Krayt! Exactly. He'll report to his Sith Lord what he's been, and then Lord Krayt will come to us. That wasn't the way I'd planned it. Your plan needed improvement. Don't interfere. I know Krayt. I know the Sith. I've had one inside me for millennia, and what's done is done. It will take some time for the Sith to get his master. Until then, we need to prepare. The talisman appears to only affect those with no sensitivity to the Force. Instruction, my Emperor? Interesting. Our primary objective remains killing Krayt. Once Krayt is removed, the Imperial throne that should be rightfully mine will be empty. Without a leader, the Sith will attack vulnerable. This talisman could turn our enemies' armies into monstrous warriors that will obey me. Yes, I want that. Whether Krayt falls or not, bring me this Celeste Morn, or at least the Mer Talisman, Master Draco. Will be done, Your Majesty. It has been too long, Aslan, since we had a chance to talk privately, like this. As I recall, you left very abruptly the last time we saw each other. I didn't mean for my words to upset you. I was not upset by your words, Gunner. Master Ray, good you're here. I contacted the Emperor. After Krayt is dead, our second order is to bring the Mer Talisman to the Bastion. I know that you have feelings for me. I care about you too, Gunner, and I am forever in your debt, but our duties as knight will always be taken down a separate path. If we succeed in this, nothing will stand in the way of a union between the Princess Sia and myself. What are you thinking? The talisman is a thing of evil. The stormtroopers we saw use were Imperial troops who once served the same Emperor we serve. They served Krayt, and that makes them traitors. As Imperial Knights, we serve the Emperor's will. I was taught that an Imperial Knight serves the Force as embodied by the Emperor. He should never, must never, ask us to do anything dishonorable, and this is. The Mer Talisman is a foul Sith device. I thought the Emperor had learned to shun anything Sith. I guess not. She's been acting strangely since meeting her old Jedi Master at the Hidden Temple. Her loyalties seem unstable. She is torn apart between who she was as a Jedi and her duty as an Imperial Knight. It's understandable. It is not acceptable. If Aslan will not obey, worse, if she speaks of what she knows, I may have to kill her. You'll have to kill me first. Do not let your feelings get in the way of duty, Master Krieg. You do. She's right, Antares. We deserve with honor, and if we are asked to sacrifice our honor as our duty, then we are betrayed. The Imperial Knights have another purpose established since our founding, which you have seemed to have forgotten. As Imperial Knights we will obey the Emperor, but only as long as the Emperor serves the light side of the Force. Should he ever turn to the dark side, our duty is to bring him back to the light or remove him. It is the Force that we ultimately owe our allegiance, Draco. Remember that. Later that night. Why are you here, Jedi? I was meditating. The talisman attempted to call to me. So you see now the reason for my self-imposed exile. My initial question remains, why did you come on this mission to Sadao Val? I came here for Cade. He's my friend, but he's also drawn to the dark side. I promise to kill him if he fails. And who will kill you if you fall, Jedi? I know this about your friend. Whatever else you may want, Krayt Skywalker does not want power. He shuns it. I also know what feelings Carnosmer has brought out in you, Shadow Vow. It tells me something about you. It should tell you something about yourself. You're in a very dangerous place, Jedi. Best leave now. Hey, Yasin, any word from Cade? Land's still on, Captain says. He wants to put us stay and prepare for a nice welcome for Krayt. Think I got enough party favors to go around? What? Yeah, I guess I am. Oh, Sin, Cade's making me crazy. I'm a Zeltron. We're not supposed to get all hung up about just one other person. But I can't help it. No Cade's with that Imperial Witch, Master Ray, and it hurts. Chuta, you know how Krayt feels about you? Cade says lots of things, but saying isn't always meaning. My gut says what Cade feels for Aslan is different. Cade and Aslan have a past, and he healed her. That creates a bond of its own. Same goes with you and Cade. You got a past with him, he healed you. 2. Healed us both from the Muson von coral seeds that were killing us. That's not the same, Jaria, and you know it. Cade and Aslan are both Jedi. They got this intense force connection. Something way beyond what you and I can ever understand. Look at me. And Cade's been brothers since Rave hauled him above Cade's sorry hide on board the Axe. Always been tight since crept off course when we hate each other's guts. And yeah, sometimes Cade's a nerf. But right now, Cade's getting ready to try to assassinate the baddest Sith in the galaxy. One thing I know about my brother Cade is when I leave the man alone. Cut him a little slack, he'll come back around. Always has.
Aslan Ray.
Aslan Ray, what are you doing here in front of your Maul's quarters? Doing what needs to be done, Skywalker. Don't you get it? Maul, that talisman is more dangerous than Darth Krayt can ever be. She must be killed. What makes you think you can handle what's on the other side of that door with a blaster, or even a lightsaber? Besides, killing someone in cold blood, not something a Jedi would do. Get out of my way. You're the one who decided assassination was acceptable. Not so easy. It's a time, is it not? It's not like at Banthas. Sneaking up from behind. I can see you, and I'm reasonably sober. Stop playing the fool, Skywalker. Let me pass. The talisman is an abomination. It will poison us all. It has poisoned her. I don't care who we're fighting. I can't let her just turn them into rackles. I'll have to take it from her. And do what with it? You want to wear it? You think you can control some ancient Sith magic? Oh yeah, forgot. You're an imp knight now. That makes you better than anyone. You don't see it? Celeste Morn is evil and she must die. Even have to take the talisman on myself. Aslan, no. Let it go. This isn't you. Listen. Remember how it felt when we were just a couple of brat kid apprentices? The peace we felt at the end of the day and evening. Meditation on Osis. Do you remember how we felt about each other back then? Remember that first kiss I stole from you? Trust your feelings. Always loved you, Cade. Always hoped Sunday and the massacre of Osis happened and you were gone. I thought you were dead. Then I saw you again and told myself those feelings had passed. But when you healed me, it all came flooding back. Me too. There's a lot I've made myself forget. Later, the Imperial Commander's quarters. And remember the time we thought it'd be funny to put live gollipids in Master Gazen's boots? It was funny. The look on his face was worth a week of chores we had to do afterward. Cleaning the nurse stable was one of those things I've tried to forget. I wonder why I ever wanted to forget about you. Sometimes remembering hurts too much, and our only hope is to forget. What's wrong, Aslan? What is it? It's that voice again. Don't you hear it? Yeah. Like sand on metal. Heard it ever since we took Celeste aboard the Minor. Think it's time me and Master Morn talked. Stay here. This won't take long. Yo, Morn, open up, lid. We need to talk. What is it you want, Skywalker? Laura's playing mind games with the people here. Trying to play mind games with me, and it's going to stop. Or Threats usually come with an or, Skywalker. Or I stuff you and that trinket into a rocket and send you into a black hole to center of the deep core. The way I figure it, Krayt is just about on his way. I can do this without you, or Mer now. Can you indeed? I confess I'm surprised you haven't fallen prey to Mer. You're his type. Oh, I feel him, but he just makes me laugh.
Insolent boy.
Back! All of you, I still command here, not Mer. You surprised me, Skywalker. You made Mer angry. I have that effect on a lot of people. Mer has previously attempted to find another host. He knows that I am too strong for him, and I know that his tricks too well. He hopes another will kill me. You see, then he would be free to crawl to the killer crawl, take control of them, a vessel weaker willed than I. But I have learned tricks of my own, including ways to keep us together. I draw on his power to keep me alive. We are bound together for as long as I live. I can never be free. I cannot trust another is strong-willed enough to keep him caged. I am his prison, but I am also his prisoner.
This one, he is strong enough. Let's go and you can be free.
I don't care, Morn. I'm just looking to get clear of Krayt. All that means I have to kill him. Or if you and your Sith bauble can help do that, fine. Meanwhile, leave my crew alone. Remember what I said about the black hole?
Oh, I'll remember, Skywalker.
Coruscant, the world capital city of the Sith-controlled empire. Within the Temple of the One Sith, Darth Rave repeats his control of the Sith, Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Krayt. I am not mistaken, my lord. It was Cade Skywalker. I saw it at Abaton. Was it Skywalker who inflicted these wounds? Not Skywalker, Lord Krayt. A Jedi woman with him turned our troopers into monsters. They attacked me. Lady Malady, this is ancient Sith alchemy, my lord. There is a holocron that speaks of creatures who caused a plague on the ancient Terrace. The festering wounds he suffered resemble the infectious bite of these Rakghoul. How strange, Rakghouls have been extinct for millennia, yet one transformed Reeve. Red Lords, if it pleases you, there is an urgent transmission from Abaton to His Highness, Lord Krayt. He will hear it.
Are you Lord Krayt? My words are for him alone.
I am Krayt.
I am Lord Canis Mer. Ignore this frail mortal form. I reside within the talisman she wears. She is mine, as are these Rakghouls. Once your soldiers, they are now mine.
What do you want, Canis Mer?
A meeting, one-on-one, two great Sith Lords alone.
And why would I do that?
Because I have a prize.
He is of no importance to me.
Then you don't care if he dies.
Stop!
It is good to drop the pretense. It wastes our time. In life, I delved into the secrets of transformation and dark side healing. I tortured Skywalker into telling me about your condition. We can help one another. Come to me at Abaton, and come alone. If others come with you, Skywalker is dead, and so are you. Leave immediately.
You failed Lord Krayt once, Talon. I'm surprised he let you live. We all live or die as Lord Krayt wills strife. At his word, I would cut out my own heart. Or yours. Observation deck. Wylock, what do we know of this Canis Mer? He's mentioned in the scrolls I brought back from Darth Andedu's tomb. Some of Andedu's achievements were built upon Mer's experiments. I have pieced together this much from his holocrons and archives. Karna's may date back to the 100-year darkness that began all more than 7 millennia ago. If so, he was one of those Sith who predated the creation of the Sith Order as we know it. It may have even been a contemporary of Zozan, whose holocron taught you the ways of the Sith, my lord. Like many Darksiders of that time, he used the power of the Force to twist life itself into monstrous creations. Some sources say he had a hand in the creation of Leviathans. These powerful Darksiders made a last stand on the planet Kobos against Jedi hunters and powerful Darkside rivals. We know this ended the 100-year darkness. A few of these Darksiders managed to escape Kobos. Mur must have been one of them. The surviving Darksiders fled the Republic, finally coming to Korriban, where the native Sith welcomed them as gods. Like many Sith, Karnas Mur sought a way to defy death itself. Mur's philosophy, however, was not to preserve his body, but his mind, his essence. Mur created not simply a holocron, but the talisman into which he invested his very mind and will. The talisman has always sought out a powerful Force user, so that Mur would have access to powers through them. Mischiefs or actions of jealous rivals have frequently kept the talisman hidden. It is as if the Force itself did not want him found. Can Mur heal me? It is possible, my lord. He is said to know the art of darkside healing. I sense, however, that he will not share his power. Given the opportunity, he will use the Rakghouls to conquer the galaxy. Then we must also obtain Skywalker and force him to heal me. My time is running out. Lord Wylock, I can feel it. My control of the coral seeds, the Yuzong Rong planted within me wanes. Soon I will be a mindless thing, or a corpse. I created the One Sith to impose order and chaos, and unite the galaxy under my rule. But I fear the Sith Order, my vision, will not survive my death. For 3 generations, my family has served you, Lord Krayt. Your vision of the One Sith, one galaxy united, is too great for even death to take. As one Sith, we will find a way, I swear to you. Remember as I have taught you, Lord Wylock, knowledge is power. Stay with the ship when we arrive. Use all your senses within the dark side of the Force. Seek information about Mur. We still know too little. We must bargain from a position of power. I must survive. I will see what Mur offers us, and if it has the power he claims.
I told you to come alone. I warned you what would happen if you did not.
You need something from me. Kill Skywalker, and you get nothing.
You may be too much of a coward to face me alone, Lord Krayt, but at least you're not a stupid coward.
Skywalker had others with him.
I had no use for them, so I left them dead. It seemed to upset Skywalker. I feasted on his pain.
What is it you want of me, Lord Mur?
I propose an alliance. You must kill this creature I ride and free me. Then when we are joined, I will heal you. Your power will be mine, and mine power will be yours. Together we will dominate the galaxy, as you have not been able to do alone, in that infected and failing husk you call a body.
I need proof that you can do what you say.
As a gesture of good faith, I will begin the process. Step forward, Lord Krayt.
Darth Talon, secure Skywalker.
Yes, yes. I sense the alien seeds within you, seeking to expand their domain, to consume your flesh. Together, we must focus.
My lord, no, do not interfere.
It's working. Now I understand.
Trap. Attack. Control is mine. Die, Sith. Tell your master we have a bargain. and I will now keep my end of it. Rackles, attack my children. Mindless minions, away from my Lord Krayt. Impressive, Jedi. You and Fel's Forcelings managed to conceal yourself completely in the Force, even from me. Clever chap, almost worthy of a Sith. Words don't impress me, Sith. Then no words, Jedi, only death. Miss much, did you, sweetheart? Come back for more of what I gave you before. I got plenty. You sought me out, Skywalker. We both know why. Some responses are impossible to fake. Whatever you tell others or yourself, you and I were one at the temple. I could feel how you responded, how you are responding now. Wild emotions, anger, hate, desire, mingling, bring us to the edge, the only place where life is truly felt. Liar! Liar! Lost in anger, Skywalker. Sith emotions. When you healed me, it created a bond between us. I can still feel the anger churning within you. Dark anger toward your father for dying, the Jedi for failing at what you had to become to survive. Hatred towards the Sith when you were our prisoner. Hatred for me, but desire too. Desire for the dark power within you. That rises like a storm, even now. Got your dark side right here, witch. Rackles have cut us off. We need to make certain that Krayt is dead. Master Ray, you and Ganna make certain of Krayt. I'll get to the talisman. No, if Krayt isn't dead, everything else is meaningless. I am leader of this mission. I decide what takes priority, and I am going after the talisman. The talisman is evil and corrupt. The Emperor will not allow this. It is not for you to decide. Obey my orders or deal with Morn and Taris. Master Ray and I will deal with the usurper. Yeah, I could feel your intent, Master Draco. From half a planet away, you are not a suitable man. No, surrender!
Not to you, pitiful Imperial slave. You want the talisman for your Emperor, for use as a weapon. He is not worthy of it. It is our Sith I desire, one ripe with the power of the dark side. After I slay you and your minions, I will impale the Jedi and make Skywalker and his lackeys my Raku slaves. Then I will take Krayt's mortal body as my own. Why else do you think I cooperated in the imbecilic Krayt?
Vermin, away from my master! Enough! It is time for an ending. The Sith Imperial ship Relentless in high orbit overhead Abaddon. I am going to the planet's surface. You will maintain geobiochronolis orbit, Captain Rakar, until you hear otherwise. Has something happened, Lord Rylock? Yes, I sent Lord Krayt will need of me soon. You should have thought twice before attacking me, Carnus Mer. I will slay your mortal host, and you will die.
It was the Jedi Morn, not I, who betrayed you. Fool! Pity I still have need of you, but I will kill you if I must. I have easily slain more powerful Sith than you, Krayt. However, Skywalker and his companions are of no more use to me. Kill them, my mindless slaves.
Aslan, stay close, back to back. Let the space away. So you, the noob. I am Darth Strafe. I am death. You're just another Sith moron. That you ugly... or did you shave a want rat's butt? Rah! Sin, I could use some boom about now. Always need for a boom. And Sin's a boom daddy. No, I am in control. You will not defeat me, Mer, nor will I be your proxy. It is you, not you, Mer, will defeat you, Jedi. I am your foe, and I am no one's tool. Die, Jedi! Not at your hand, Sith. We stand, Jedi, as one Jedi.
Face the inevitable and surrender, Jedi. Alone against Darth Krayt, you would fail in time. Now another Sith has joined him. You cannot stand. You are not that strong. Surrender and die so that I may live.
Never. Cade, I can see your way in. I can hold off the racks by yourself. Do it quick. I'm sick and tired of these stupid racks. I feel you tapping into Mur's dark power to fight me, Jedi. Good. Give yourself over to the dark side. Become my acolyte. Together we will master Mur. He will serve on my terms for this side, and I am all the power. Aslan!
Power? Compared to me, you are a mere Sith zygote. I was one of those who created the Sith.
I created my own Sith.
I feed on your power and make it my own. You are nothing. Your time is over.
Aslan! You Sith-mongering witch! You killed Aslan! Our deal was to kill Krayt. Krayt is dead. Did you think you and yours would escape unscathed? Aslan Ray knew the dangers when she attacked. She accepted her destiny. I make my own destiny. Keep fooling yourself, Skywalker. Unlike Aslan Ray, I accepted my fate. Mine is controller and keeper of the Mur talisman for these long millennia.
And you are losing control.
But yes, I am losing control. I've never met anyone quite like you, Cade Skywalker. You walk so close to the dark side, and yet you do not desire, even in some small way, the temptation of power that the Mur talisman can give you. You know exactly what must be done, without anger, without fear. Yeah, I know the song. We take what we are given, we do what we must. You, Zane. He did send one after all. He sent you.
Yes. At last I am free. The pathetic Jedi did not understand my power. My patience. It is time for my destiny to be fulfilled. I will create armies of Ragus to ravage the galaxy. Then I will rule.
Turn down the Cactum Slimo. Just gets annoying after a while. Celeste Morn knew exactly what she was doing. You fell into the same trap we laid for Krayt, and went for the same bait. Me, I guess all Sith really are stupid. You think your stinking talisman's so Carkland perfect, Mur? Well, it ain't. I can see every flaw, and all I have to do is pour the Force into the cracks. Cade, over here. Aslan Ray's still breathing. She's alive. Aslan, it's okay. I can hear you. It's not working, Cade. Not like it did with the princess or me in blue. Her body is too broken. Cade, please allow her to go. Allow her to become one with the Force. No! I can save her. I will heal her. I'll keep pouring the Force into her and keep her alive until we can find a medical facility. Cade. Shut up! No more talk. Come on, Cade. Bring her on board. Maybe Drodo can help. Yeah, that's it, Delia. Get to the Kifix. To Drodo. Stop! You can't just take her. I'm going with you. No, you and Draco are traitors. You think I don't know you went for the talisman. Find your own way back. Aslan, Master Ray, is an Imperial Knight. We have heals on the Bastion. She belongs with her own kind. She belongs with me. She was one of us before she was one of you. Ganna, we have to leave now. We have to protect us, or we'll make our way back to the Bastion. Report to the Emperor. We have important news. It's our duty, Ganna. Duty. For 3 generations, Darth Wylock's family has served Darth Lord Krayt as lone trusted advisor to his great wisdom and standing guardian where he rested. And now what remains of our master? The dragon of the Sith seemed immortal, yet now the dragon is dead, and Lord Wylock will inter Lord Krayt's bones among the ancient Sith on Korriban. Lord Krayt, you live? Use the Force. Break my fall. Get me to the Bacta tank. Maidma, begin healing in the Force. San, how to heal myself. I can survive my vision. My dream for the one Sith will live. It is a magnificent vision, my lord. Sometimes for the dream to live, the dreamer must die. Well, my acolytes, this is where we're going to leave it for today. Personally, that last ending where we saw Darth Wylock betray Darth Krayt is truly one of the greatest betrayals. Reminiscent of the betrayals we saw from Palpatine with Plagueis, and from Anakin with Palpatine on the second Death Star. Darth Krayt is truly potentially the most powerful Sith Lord to have ever existed, with his only rivals being that of Vitiate, Nihilus, and Sidious. Darth Krayt truly needed to be liberated of his Yuzong Vong implants, and in the next episode, we are going to show how this one instance made Darth Krayt more powerful than Darth Wylock could have ever imagined, and how the most powerful Sith of this age made his most fatal flaw in betraying the one Sith Master that he had served for 3 generations. Farewell, my acolytes. I'll see you in the galaxy far, far away. Pay your respects to the Dragon of the Sith. Make sacrifices at his tomb on Korriban, and remember, the Force will be with you, no matter how dark the future may seem. Across the history of the Star Wars galaxy, there have been a plethora and constellation of unique and climactic battles that have resulted in the modification of galactic history, changing the course of galactic history as we know it. The famous Battle of Hypori saw General Grievous take on 6 members of the Jedi Order, including several members of the Jedi High Council. The Battle of Coruscant saw the death of Count Dooku, and the large extermination of the Separatist leaders, and forcing them into hiding, alongside General Grievous. Perhaps most famously, the Battle of Yavin and the Battle of Endor were 2 battles that defined galactic history, with the Battle of Yavin introducing Luke Skywalker as the hero of the rebellion to the wider galaxy, and showing his pure or inspiring Force sensitivity and skill, with the Battle of Endor ultimately exterminating and destroying the second Death Star and killing Emperor Palpatine. The Battle of Endor and the Battle of Yavin perhaps impacted galactic history more than any other battle in all of the galaxy. However, there is one battle that I want to point to that is rather overlooked, and that is the battle on Had Abaddon. This battle, taking place 137 years after the events of Luke Skywalker destroying the Death Star in the famous Trench Run, was a battle in the Second Imperial Civil War and the Third Jedi Purge. This battle saw Darth Krayt, Karnus Mur, Cade Skywalker, and Celeste Moore, 2 of the greatest players in all of the galaxy in the Sith. Both Krayt and Karnus Mur were 2 of the most powerful Force users in all of history, and they truly showed it during this battle. So my acolytes, let us proceed. See with the prelude, the aftermath, the battle itself, and how it ultimately culminated in the suspected ultimate extermination of the 2 most powerful Sith Lords to exist during this time. Starting off by 137 ABY, Darth Krayt, the Dark Lord of the Sith and ruler of the One Sith, felt as though his days were numbered, and that he would not live to see his dream of a stable galaxy under the ironclad grip of the Sith come to pass. He was still unable to purge his body of the Yuzong Vong biotes and growths that threatened to consume him and turn him into a mindless beast, and was only capable of warding off them with his pure sensitivity to the dark side. He was still unable to do so, and it was greatly worrying and weighing on the Dark Lord's mind. Krayt had received word from one of his minions that Cade Skywalker, the last remaining Skywalker and a Jedi with remarkable healing powers, who was capable of even resurrecting his own master from the brink of death, had engaged and defeated Darth Krayt's own garrison on the deep core planet of Had Abaddon. Krayt had also received a summons from ancient Sith Lord named Karnus Mur, whose spirit currently inhabited an ancient female Jedi Master and the last Jedi from the pre-High Republic era named Celeste Morn, who was over 1,000 years old and was preserved by Candace Mer's spirit. Mer appeared to have Skywalker held captive on Hat Abaddon and offered Krayt both Skywalker as a prisoner and a chance to be healed by Mer's own extreme power, should Krayt allow Mer's spirit to inhabit his body instead. Mer then told Krayt to come alone to Hat Abaddon, and if he did not, Mer would not only kill Skywalker, but Krayt as well. However, Skywalker and Mer were actually attempting to lure Darth Krayt to the Deep Court, where they schemed to ambush and attempt to kill him, along with the Twilight Jedi Shaddal Val. They partnered with Imperial Knights Antares Draco, Ghana Krieg, and Azlyn Ray to lie in wait for the Dark Lord of the Sith to end his iron grip of dark side power on the galaxy once and for all. All parties hid their presences in the Force using Force suppression and awaited the arrival of their mortal enemy that they all shared. Krayt then touched down on Hat Abaddon with Darth's Malady, Strife, and Talon, against the explicit orders of Mer, with these three Sith Lords being some of his most loyal followers. His primary advisor, Darth Wylock, was ordered to remain in orbit to gather and accumulate more information on Mer and the claims of his power. Mer then appeared before Krayt in the body of Morn, and Skywalker appeared to be bound in their custody. Mer commended Krayt for his defiance and reminded him of their deal, but when Krayt questioned the spirit's healing abilities, Mer briefly demonstrated them. At that moment, Skywalker summoned his lightsaber to his hand while loosing his bonds and attacked Darth Talon, who had sensed his intent in the last moment. Imperials Draco, Krieg, and Rey, along with Jedi Shaddal Val, sprung their trap and arrived to do battle with the Sith Lord of the One Sith Empire. Through Mer's talents with Sith magic, Morn commanded her army of Sith-spawned Rakghouls, a devastating plague which had the capacity to overwhelm and destroy the entire galaxy if it had been allowed to spread, to attack Krayt while the other Sith Lords dueled with the Jedi. Darth dispatched the Rakghouls surrounding Krayt with the Force lightning, while Darth Malady fought with Shaddal Val. She openly regarded her opponents with respect for developing a scheme with Sith undertones, as she assaulted the Twi'lek with her own lightning barrage. Despite the ferocity of her attacks, Darth Malady remained as evenly matched with Val through the entirety of their encounter. After defeating Darth Talon in their brief encounter, Cade Skywalker attacked Strife. He force-pushed the Sith Lord into a pile of thermal detonators sent by Skywalker's friend Jarius Sin, and later lover. The resulting explosion engulfed Strife and threw him off the platform. Skywalker then went into battle with Morn's Rakghouls, which are doubling by the dozen, who are running rampant and terrorizing Jedi, Sith, and Imperial Knight alike, without discrimination or being boarded back. In the midst of their fighting of the Sith spawn, the Imperial Knights had fallen back to consider their role in the current battle. Draco felt as if there was a duty to retrieve Candace Mer's Sith talisman, which gave her the power to transform non-Force sensitive beings into an army of Rakghouls, which could utterly decimate not only the Sith Empire, but any empire that would continue to rule. However, Rey believed that destroying Krayt was paramount, and the three should work to end that unison. Draco responded by instantly pushing Rey into the ground in disagreement and fury, before Krieg interfered. Draco then attempted to move in on Morn, but was immediately found out by her, and repelled with Force attacks. Mer's spirit then took control of Morn and exposed Draco's treacherous motives, while vowing to kill the Jedi, turn Skywalker's companions into Rakghouls, and take Darth Krayt's body as his own, seeing him as the most powerful vessel the galaxy had to offer. At the last moment, Krayt repelled all the Rakghouls with an immense blast of Force lightning, incinerating them and temporarily interrupting the battle. He then fell upon Morn, coaxing her into embrace the dark side of the power of Mer. Then Krayt felt within her, abandoning their lightsabers. Krayt and Mer began to exchange volleys of crippling Force lightning. Malady fell in beside the Dark Lord and aided her power in his attempt to overpower Morn, and Candace Mer's spirit empowering her. Seeing that Krayt was occupied, Azlyn Ray called for Skywalker to cover her while she attempted to finish Krayt. Skywalker fended off the advancing Rakghouls as Rey launched herself at Krayt from behind, and succeeded in impaling him through the chest, piercing his Yuzong Vong armor with her lightsaber. Krayt's concentration was suddenly broken. Mer seized the chance to unleash a massive storm of devastating Force lightning, one that fully consumed and nearly killed both Rey and Krayt, and scattered the remaining combatants around the platform. Mer then hurled Krayt's defeated body over a nearby cliff to his apparent death. Rey received some severe burns over most of her body, with nearly all her hair instantly singed away. In the wake of the battle, the Sith were gone, and the Rakghouls had been exterminated. Mer was able to momentarily wrench her self-control of Mer before confronting Skywalker, knowing the Mer would very soon take permanent and eternal control. Morn acknowledged her fate and begged Skywalker to kill her. He obliged by running her through with his blade, and upon her death, Morn's body turned to dust, liberating her from the dark influence of Karnus Mer after 4,000 years. The amulet of Mer's in Mor's possession that housed both his spirit and power, now free from Mer's body, immediately latched onto Cade Skywalker's arm. Mer believed that he would make his Jedi his new thrall. Instead, Cade displayed his immense latent force sensitivity that was a legacy of Anakin Skywalker. By resisting Mer's temptation with the dark side, he then poured sufficient amounts of force energy into the weak points of the talisman using his mastery of the Shatter Point, and caused it to shatter into pieces, which in turn caused Mer's spirit to fade as an apparition, ending the Sith Lord's over 7 millennia long of torment of the galaxy, once and for all. Cade then turned his attention to Aslan's condition, and moved to take her aboard the Mynock to get help. He was then stopped by Ganna, who claimed was an Imperial Knight. Rey belonged with them. However, Val used the Force push to knock Ganna and Draco away, and he, Cade, and the rest of Cade's crew left to seek out help from Buffer Rock. Darth Wylock, having sensed his master in need, had journeyed to the planet's surface. There at the bottom of the canyon, he came across Krayt's broken and incinerated body. Wylock was shocked to discover that Krayt was still alive, barely clinging on to life, having used telekinesis to cushion his fall. Krayt ordered Wylock to take him to a Bacta tank as his encounter with Mer had taught him the knowledge he finally needed to heal himself of his coral growths of his body. However, Krayt would, it seemed, never get a chance to use this knowledge, claiming that sometimes for a cause to continue, the leader of that cause must die. Wylock killed Krayt with a storm of force lightning, before taking his corpse to be buried on Korriban. However, Krayt was able to raise himself through the use of his implants, and on Korriban, he once more revealed himself to the mutinous Sith Lord. The following year, Krayt then proceeded to lead an attack on the Temple of the Sith on Coruscant, and murdered Wylock in a brutal duel, in retaliation for his ultimate betrayal. Well, my friends, my acolytes, my students, and my fellow comrades, what did you think of this video? Did you agree with me that the Battle of Had Abaddon was one of the most interesting, as it not only suspectedly and supposedly ended two of the most powerful Sith Lords in history, but it also ended a plethora of Imperial Knights, and also resulted in the absolute extermination of both Celeste Morn and the possible full extinction of the rat ghoul species, which could have had the ability to take the entire galaxy under its thrall. I'll see you in a galaxy far, far away, and remember, kneel before the dragon of Zakuul. If there was anything at all to be said about the dark side, and Star Wars in general, is that some of the most formidable fictional characters and entities, and a myriad of formidable beings have emerged from this historic series. Beings such as Darth Sidious, Grandmaster Luke Skywalker, Darth Nihilus, and Emperor Valkorion were all capable of exerting their will in the Force over various beings, utilizing the full force of their ability and attunement to the Force. However, there was one long-lived Force-sensitive human male, known to some as Darth Krayt, Asherad Het, the Dragon of the Sith, and known to most members of the Skywalker family as the Dark Man. A legendary Dark Lord of the Sith, he was the last great Sith Lord of the Legends timeline, born over 40 years before the Battle of Yavin, and died over 130 years after it. Yes, my friends, I am speaking about Darth Krayt. Darth Krayt was a being who had been through death and conquered it. He had returned from death with his power multiplied. He even claimed that the dark side of the Force lived and manifested itself through him. He even sent ripples through the Force to all who serve it, that as a siren, to know that he had returned after he was murdered and betrayed by Darth Warlock. So join us, grab a snack, as we venture to the desert world of Tatooine, and find out the origins of the last great Sith Lord in all of Star Wars lore, and why he may be one of the only Sith to rival the power of both Vitiate, Palpatine, and Nihilus. Darth Krayt, born as Asherad Het, revered as the Dragon of the Sith, and known to some members of the Skywalker lineage as the Dark Man, was an exceptionally long-lived Force-sensitive human male who served as both a Jedi Master in the waning days of the Galactic Republic, as well as a Jedi General in the Clone Wars, and a Dark Lord of the Sith following the fall of Darth Sidious at the Battle of Endor. The son of legendary and famed Jedi Knight Sharad Het and his wife Kashyyyk, both of whom lived along the Tusken Raiders of Tatooine and adopted into their practices. He eventually became the Padawan of Jedi Masters Ki-Adi-Mundi, and later Anya Kuro, a being who took on rather problematic and unique Padawans. When he was only a teenager, Het's father was murdered by the ex-Jedi assassin known as Aurra Sing, one of the most famed and revered bounty hunters to have ever terrorized the galaxy, who was later defeated and bested in a duel by a young Ashrad Het during the Clone Wars. He served the Republic as a general and established himself as a charismatic and bold leader, who often led his troops from the front lines. He eventually became friends and comrades with the young Anakin Skywalker, the prophesied chosen one, and helped Anakin come to terms with the destruction which had been wrought by the galaxy-wide war. Ashrad took part in key conflicts during the war, such as the Battle of Boz Piti and the Siege of Salkumaimi. He managed to survive the Clone Wars, and was one of roughly only 20 Jedi to have escaped the Great Jedi Purge in 19 BBY, after Palpatine, the being he would one day outlive, and instigated Order 66 in 19 BBY. Ashrad Het eventually made his way back to his homeworld of Tatooine, where he vowed to wage a private and secretive war against a new galactic empire, having found out that it was under the domination of the Sith Order. However, after a confrontation with the exiled Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, he was cast out and exiled from Tatooine, and later it was discovered that it was Anakin Skywalker who had become the Sith Lord Darth Vader, who he had aided in the annihilation of the Jedi Order. Ashrad blamed himself for the destruction as a Jedi, as he was one of the only beings in the entire galaxy besides possibly Padme and R2-D2, who had known about Anakin murdering a village of Tusken Raiders during the events of the Attack of the Clones, and could have reported the young Jedi, thus getting him expelled for exploiting with dark side tendencies, but did not, considering it Anakin's personal responsibility to deal with his own dark deeds and inner workings, and became a bounty hunter. During one of his missions, he found himself in the ancient Sith homeworld of Korriban, where he trained as a Sith under the tutelage of the holocron of the Dark Lord Zozan, one of the founding Sith Lords from almost 7 millennia prior. Had eventually succumbed to the dark side after capture and torture by the Yuzong Vong, and was tortured in the embrace of pain by the fallen Jedi Master and former acolyte of Darth Sidious Vergir, and soon proclaimed himself the Dread Lord and Dark Lord of the Sith, taking the moniker of Darth Krayt. As Krayt, he became the founder and ruler of the One Sith ideology during the period of the Vong invasion, kept the existence of his rebuilt Sith Order hidden from the Jedi for a century by cloaking their presence on Korriban, concealing them from the Jedi's new view. At one point in 44 ABY, he emerged to fight alongside Luke Skywalker against the ancient corrupted force Celestial Abeloth. To survive, the Dark Lord spent many years in a stasis pod before re-emerging to form an alliance with Moff Ninja Calixte to spark the Sith Imperial War that led to the destruction of the Galactic Federation Free Alliances at the climax of the war. He disposed Emperor Roan Fel and brought about the destruction of the new Jedi Order, instating the rule of the Sith in the darkest period the galaxy would ever see. Darth Krayt ruled the galaxy with an iron fist for 7 years, before the alliance between the rightful Emperor Roan Fel and the Galactic Alliance Admiral Gar Satsy threatened and usurped his rule. Furthermore, Krayt discovered the existence and survival of one single Skywalker, Cade Skywalker. Krayt feared that with these deteriorating conditions and his bad health due to the Yuzong Vong parasites would lead to a demise before his dream was concluded, and has set about the hunt for Cade Skywalker, determined to murder the young prodigy whatever it took. However, during a skirmish on Had Abaddon, Krayt was stabbed, electrocuted, and sent hurtling off a cliff. The Sith Lord's powers and prowess in the Force drew strong though, however when they saved his life. Darth Krayt was approached by Darth Wylock, his most trusted advisor, who then murdered Krayt, believing the Dreadlord would lead to the Sith Order's destruction, due to the One Sith relying so heavily on Krayt, and if he was to die, the entire Sith Order would crumble before his eyes. But, even as he was inactive, Krayt's ideals were being carried off by Rylock in his place. Krayt later healed his body from death experience, overcoming the taint of his Yuzong Vong implants and armor that had plagued him for many years. He called out to all those across the galaxy who would touch the dark side, signaling his return. With the aid of loyal Sith and a new breed of Sith troopers, Krayt retook and assaulted Coruscant, slaying Darth Wylock in the climactic process, and began making preparations to rebirth the galaxy through war, and cement his rule as the one true Emperor to live eternally. However, in a final confrontation, he once again attempted to coax Skywalker to the dark side and become his apprentice. He failed to do so, and while distracted in the attempt, was slain by Krayt, who incinerated his corpse to prevent the Phantom and Ghost of Krayt from simply resurrecting his dead body. Even after his physical death, Krayt's ideals were being carried out by his loyal followers, the One Sith, as the Sith went into hiding and ultimately resulted in their extinction. Well, my friends, what did you think of this video? Darth Krayt is one of my favourite characters in all of the lore, and is truly an intriguing and all-powerful Sith Lord, rivaling that of Palpatine and Nihilus. He became so powerful he could wrench down various rocks with the Force, and even was alongside Luke Skywalker, one of the only beings alongside Luke and Darish Vol, to fight Abeloth and live to tell the tale. Farewell, my acolytes. I'll see you in a galaxy far, far away. Staunchly follow the One Sith philosophy, and remember, kneel before the Dark Man. Greetings, fellow acolytes of the Force, members of the One Sith organization, and subjects of the Yuzong Vong's brutal torment, and welcome back to the archives. I have been expecting you. Today we are going to be immersing ourselves in the deep, enriched lore revolving around the origin of one Darth Krayt, the Dragon of the Sith and the Dark Man, revered as the most powerful Sith Lord after the death of Sidious, with his only rival of that time being Khan Smurf. Darth Krayt was regarded as perhaps the most powerful Darksider after the time of Sidious, and the undisputed most powerful Darksider in the Legacy era, with the only exception being Abeloth, a very entity. However, today, all of the most powerful and prominent Dark Lords and Jedi have their roots, and today we are going to be immersing ourselves in them, by immersing ourselves in Krayt's past, by exploring this Legacy comic issue, where we are going to be exploring the claws of the dragon in the Darth Krayt Legacy timeline. So my friends, keep your wits about you, adorn yourself in your Jedi robes, grab your lightsaber, be sure your Yuzong Vong implants have not overrode your will, and let us proceed. The Sith Temple, Asherad Het. I'm supposed to know that name? No, much from that time has been lost. I was a Jedi back before the Republic was seduced into becoming the First Galactic Empire. Nayoka Owls. All I see is a human with a bad skin condition, and any human would have been long dead. I have mastered Sith techniques for prolonging life. I had spent time in stasis. In the last days of the Republic, like all the Jedi, I was a general in the Clone Wars. I even served with the sire of your line, Anakin Skywalker. I discovered truths about him. Had they been known, they would have gotten Skywalker cast out of the Order. Instead, I kept silent, leaving it to his conscience alone. A mistake, as it turned out. How much blood and pain could have been avoided if I had but spoken. Still doesn't play. Any Green Apprentice knows all the histories. All the Jedi were wiped out at the end of the Clone Wars. Order 66 went down and their own troops slagged them. Your master has neglected your education. You do not know the names of Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi. I do, especially Kenobi. I was scouting, apart from my troops, when Order 66 was issued, commanding the clones to kill their Jedi generals. I saw other Jedi slain. I killed the clones assigned to execute me, saving only one long enough to learn why. Then I fled the planet. The Jedi comm channels were silent. I reached out through the Force but could not sense any other Jedi. Our light had gone out in the galaxy, and I was alone. The Jedi Purge, as it became known, was extraordinarily effective. I made my way to Tatooine and became war leader of several clans of Tusken Raiders, as my father had before me. Settlers and moisture farmers had been stealing Tusken land and water for years, driving my people further into the Jundland wastes. Under my command, the Tuskens were once again a feared and potent fighting force, reclaiming what was rightfully ours. Then one day, it was a little moisture farm near the port of Mos Eisley, a plot claimed by a husband and wife, where all the sand belonged to the Tuscans. Wait here. Master Het. The Force be with you, Master Kenobi. So, you too survived Order 66. I thought I was alone. What brings you to Tatooine, let alone these trackless wastes? You do, Master Het. You lead these Tuscans as their warlord, not something a Jedi should do. Do not lecture me, Obi-Wan. We were both generals in the Clone Wars, warlords for a republic that turned on us. The Tuscans have been hunted and killed by both settlers and farmers. Jedi, defend those who need help. Sometimes you defend life by taking the life of the aggressor. Past mistakes do not justify current ones. The danger is becoming what you fight. It was the trap that the Jedi fell into. It is the trap that takes you now. It must stop. You must see that, Asherad Het. I do not. I was raised to manhood amongst the Tuscans by my father, Sharad Het, the greatest Jedi of his age. He taught me to think and act as a Tuscan. These are my people. Will the settlers stop killing Tuscans? Then blood calls for blood. The settlers will be forced to abandon the land or be buried beneath it. I cannot permit that. You are a great Jedi, Het, and the son of a great Jedi. But you have given yourself over to the dark side. It stops here. You will have a Jedi funeral, Master Kenobi. That I promise. Oof! Oh! Oof. Ah! I am finished. You have disgraced me before my people. With one hand, I can no longer wield a Gaddafi. I am now an outcast among the Tuscans. I am a dead man. Finish it. Kill me. No, but you can no longer stay on Tatooine. You must leave and give your word, by your father's honor, to never return. Swear it. I swear so. The Tuscans were once your people, but so were the Jedi. You have forgotten our ways, perhaps. With meditation, you will remember them, and yourself. I hope you will. May the Force be with you, Asherad Het. Decades later, I learned that very moisture farm had concealed Anakin Skywalker's son, and that Anakin Skywalker, as Darth Vader, had turned the Jedi and betrayed the Jedi Order. That the righteous Obi-Wan Kenobi failed to share with me. So that puts the Skywalkers, what, 2 up on you, you spiny Murglak? Respect his power and beware mine. You address Darth Krayt, Lord of the Sith, Emperor of the Galaxy. Wanna talk power, Schluter? Let's talk about mine. I got this crazy healing ability. I can see the weak points in you like little broken red lines. I can see where you got wounded recently. Someone smacked you during a sparring session? Bet it was Niall. I could heal that hurt. Pull the force into the place where the red lines intersect. Or, and here's a new idea, maybe I could explode that point, kill you. Interesting idea. Should we try? No. I can feel the anger in you, Cade Skywalker. I know it, as I know my own. As I felt it by the betrayal of my clones, and at the humiliation by Obi-Wan Kenobi. You have great raw power, but it needs focus. It does no good to ignore it. It is part of who you are. The anger runs deep within you. The Jedi would have tried to train it out of you. I can show you how to use it. Are you ready to learn? Maybe I am. Maybe I've always been. Then we will teach you. Heal her. Why? Darth Talon will be your teacher. A first lesson to you. Never ask for my mercy. From this day forward, I alone shape your destiny. The way of the Jedi failed you, as it failed me. As The way of the Sith can show you how to make use of all that you are, if you wish it. I do wish it. Teach me the ways of the Sith, Master. Well, my friends, personally that's where we're going to leave it here. Although this comic issue expands, that is basically everything I'd like to cover in this personal issue. I truly loved that background scene when we saw Asherad Het fighting against Obi-Wan Kenobi, especially where Krayt Skywalker pledged himself to Darth Krayt. I truly love the interlinked lore with Darth Krayt and the ancient Jedi, and how these Jedi always gave birth to their own true villains, the Sith. Anyway, my acolytes, keep your wits about you. I'll see you in a galaxy far, far away. And remember, the Force will be with you, no matter how dark it may seem. Power, strength, immortality. 3 signifying features that define Darth Krayt, Dark Lord of the One Sith, and Emperor of the Galaxy. Darth Krayt took the galaxy by storm. By insinuating the massacre on Ossus, he single-handedly brought out the greatest period of depth and darkness since the time of Sidious that would ever be seen in the Star Wars galaxy. Driving the Jedi to near extinction, Darth Krayt truly left his mark as one of the most formidable Force users, Jedi or Sith, that had ever lived. And today, we are going to be immersing ourselves in all of his immense powerful Force feats, and allowing us to be absorbed by Darth Krayt's wellspring of Force energy, of pure dark side destruction. Darth Krayt was an immensely powerful being, and today we are going to be breaking down all his skills and how Darth Krayt may very well be the most powerful Sith Lord to have ever existed. I have completed my training as both Jedi and Sith. I honed my skills during the Clone Wars and have killed thousands of opponents since then. Darth Krayt stated this to Krayt Skywalker during their first duel in the Legacy comics. Asherad Het, even as a Jedi, was exceptionally skilled in the Jarkai style of lightsaber combat. This talent was evident throughout the Clone Wars, in which Asherad served as a general, fighting on the front lines with his clone troopers, often leading his old troopers from the front lines through the thickest of fighting. Asherad often wielded 2 emerald lightsabers in battle, his own lightsaber, and that of his own father's, who had been killed by Aurra Sing. He was able to best Aurra Sing in a lightsaber duel while he was still a Padawan, an impressive feat, considering his own father, who was noted by Het as one of the greatest Jedi Masters of his day, a fully trained Jedi Knight, had been unable to defeat Sting in a fair and square lightsaber duel. It should be noted, however, that his power was severely augmented by the dark side and the hatred he felt towards Sting for murdering his father. This indicates that Het had a basic understanding of Force Rage, enabling him to boost his ferocity and besting, getting a hand on her neck and knocking a saber away from her hand. He, while holding back, defeated the Dark Woman in a duel. However, afterwards she subdued him with a sneak attack after the duel was formally over, her intent to make a point about the risk of lowering one's guard, a point that would remain evident as Darth Krayt began to walk down the dark path. In 30 BBY, Het was barely able to defeat Thing in a furious and ferocious duel, although he had sunk into his hate during the battle, a lapse that disgusted him. Decades later, as Darth Krayt, he was able to fully master and focus his uses of raw Force Rage, to a level of someone like Darth Vader and Exar Kun, who was one of the most notorious and notable users of this ability ever, using the dark side in order to augment his physical attributes, and give him a brief burst of pure dark side power that allowed him to utterly overwhelm his opponents. This talent was evident when he dueled Krayt Skywalker and Darth Wylock. Krayt even killed a Krayt dragon with a Gaddafi stick and a torch before he was officially christened as a Jedi. After jumping from a speeder that crashed through a window, Het non-lethally defeated a terrorist single-handedly. During the Clone Wars, he defeated an enraged and armed with a lightsaber Anakin Skywalker while armed with only a Gaddafi, although he would have lost if he had not managed to make peace with the Chosen One. Later, while part of the Jedi and Clone Force, he and his fellow comrades were able to drive off the ambush of the Separatist forces that were led by Sith Lord Count Dooku and his lackey and cyborg General Grievous. It was his mastery of Jarkai that saved Het from being killed during Order 66, allowing him to kill the clone troopers who were sent to execute him per Palpatine's command. After turning to the dark side, but before becoming a Sith Lord, Het engaged the exceptionally formidable Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had a few years before defeated Darth Vader, the newly christened Sith Lord who was fueled by the sudden steroids that was a dark side. in a lightsaber altercation, and proved capable of holding his own against Kenobi, even to the point of striking him with the hilt of his blade and kicking him in the face. But he was eventually defeated and maimed, and cast out by his fellow Tusken tribes, meaning that Darth Krayt's dueling skills, at least as of this point, even before becoming a Sith Lord, would be comparable to that of Anakin Skywalker, though likely slightly lower. Anakin Skywalker, as he was on Mustafar before he was maimed and was encased within the black ebon armor of Darth Vader. As Darth Krayt, he retained his mastery of fighting with two blades. However, he paired this with the mastery of practitioner of Nyman. His skill with his twin blades was great enough for him to quickly defeat 4 Imperial Knights with little succession, even despite the Vong parasites that were infecting him being well over 170 years old, severely weakening him. The Dark Lord could manipulate the Force to help him make sweeping, deadly attacks using Force augmentation. He was also able to fight the much younger and fitter Krayt Skywalker as a superior, and almost defeated him before he was shot in the back by Krayt's mother, catching him off guard and injuring him. Darth Krayt claimed that his skills with his blades were such that he had single-handedly massacred thousands of opponents since the days of the Clone Wars. It should be noted that after his duel with Skywalker, Krayt was critically weakened due to the Vong growth within him and was forced to spend many months in stasis in order to heal. The Dark Lord was able to hold his own against Karnus Mur, one of the founding members of the Sith Order, supposedly comparable to Darth Sidious as of 19 BBY, as stated by Darth Vader, and who claimed to have easily killed other Sith Lords who were stronger than Krayt. As a mere side story, Krayt was also able to slay his former right hand, Darth Wylock, an incredibly powerful Sith, in a lightsaber duel. In his final duel with Krayt Skywalker, he proved to be equally proficient with a single lightsaber as he was with two. During this rematch, Krayt proved to be capable of combining his prowess with his lightsaber with his mastery and pure blunt applications of the Force, making him even more formidable in combat. Such was his skill with the blades that Skywalker could only kill and impale him by attacking the Dreadlord when he was not prepared to defend himself. Even Azhet was able to teach the fighting style of Taras Sai, which was directly engineered in order to combat Force users, and gave Krayt an edge over his opponents. I grew in understanding and power, and made myself into Darth Krayt. As the Dark Lord of the One Sith, Krayt was the strongest Sith Lord of his time after Sidious. In 40 ABY, the Jedi Grandmaster Luke Skywalker was immensely troubled with horrific visions of Krayt as a shadowy figure, who seemed as least as ruthless and strong in the Force as the Chosen One. Seeming like a dark spirit on a mission of doom, the Dark Lord was powerful enough in the Force to battle a being as powerful as Abeloth, a very accursed dark side entity who had drank from the font of power and bathed in the pool of knowledge, supposedly gaining the infinite knowledge that the daughter possessed, and the son, and supposedly becoming more powerful than all the ones combined, as well as attaining immortality. Though he was assisted by Grandmaster Luke, who himself was wary of dueling Krayt in Beyond Shadows, even to the point of almost backstabbing the Sith preemptively and prematurely in order to ensure he did not kill him. Jason Solo believed that if Krayt acquired Alana Solo as an apprentice, that Krayt would become an unstoppable force and usher in an appalling new future that would bring about an unopposed and unsurmountable dark future. This is why it gracefully inspired Darth Kaidos to try to conquer the galaxy as Kaidos. Put another way, Krayt was Luke Skywalker's dark counterpart in contest for the Throne of Balance. The Force itself was bent to Krayt's will, very akin to Emperor Vitiate. Krayt and Vitiate both believed that they owned the Force. However, I believe that Vitiate's mastery ultimately proved him superior to Krayt. Krayt had mastered the knowledge of Zozan, one of the founding Sith Lords who was stated to have experimented with alchemy and dark side healing. The darkness brought on by Darth Krayt's rise made it harder than ever for the Jedi to use the Force to sense the future, due to the fact he was clouding their senses simultaneously, every single Jedi. Krayt said he had fully mastered the Jedi and Sith arts preemptively and occasionally. Merely being in the same room as Darth Krayt was mentally agonizing for Krayt Skywalker, who was the last Skywalker and a member of the great lineage descended from Anakin. All of this power was at Darth Krayt's command, even while he was being held back by the infestation of Vong parasites and the wounds Kenobi dealt him. His strength in the dark side of the Force was great enough to be felt by every Sith in the galaxy. Darth Krayt claimed that after his resurrection, his power in the Force had multiplied, indicating that since his defeat on Had Abaddon, he had grown considerably stronger than before and become a pure expression of the dark side that was unprecedented throughout history. The dark side of the Force was said to be as strong as though it lived through him, claims similar to those that the son of Mortis had made almost 200 years ago. Someone who's capable of fighting on par, while with his light side counterpart, the daughter, his own sister, with Abeloth. Something very similar that Krayt and Luke Skywalker had managed to do with Abeloth, although this was a circumstantial encounter at the Lake of Apparitions, as Krayt and Luke both actually had to attack at the pristine moment, with Abeloth's avatars being destroyed around the galaxy, severely weakening her before the duel actually insinuated. And even then, Abeloth nearly overcame the two prodigious Force wielders, Krayt and Luke, who were nearly in their height of power, with Luke nearly being in his height of power, and Darth Krayt being well off, though Krayt was still an exceptionally formidable Sith Lord that Luke remarked could potentially rival Sidious. To live on the very throne world that Krayt commanded, and to be a part of his one Sith philosophy and empire, was to forfeit one's soul, and his power was great indeed to those who sense it. By merely being in the presence of Krayt, you had to forfeit your very soul and ideology in order to make up for the power that he commanded. His strength in the dark side, as well as his mastery and prodigious skill with it, was such he could fight and overpower the much younger and fitter Kate Skywalker, who in himself was a Force prodigy, who was armed with a lightsaber. Krayt also notably did this with mostly his usage of the Force alone, something which is quite difficult, exceptionally for masterful duelists such as Cade. Even before turning to the dark side, this man was noted as a powerful Jedi with such great potential, such as by his father, Ki-Adi-Mundi and Anya Kuro. As a Jedi Master, he was considered a worthy and powerful Jedi, such that he was one of the most famous and greatest generals sent to seek the end of the uprising of the Confederacy of Independent Systems by aiding the Outer Rim sieges, the same sieges that Anakin and Obi-Wan would be a part of until they were recalled back to the planet of Coruscant during the Battle of Coruscant. Obi-Wan at first assumed that Het, who was not yet a Sith, must have been one of the Dark Order due to his sheer power alone, when the protector of Luke sent the rampage of Het across Tatooine in 17 BBY, inflicting his wrath upon moisture farmers with his tribe of Tuskens. In addition to being formidable, sometimes in rage, lightsaber duelers, as both Het and Krayt, he was also very talented in other applications of the Force, notably moving things with his will, Force lightning, communication, and healing. Ashrat Het possessed great skill in telekinesis, as shown he was able to non-lethally repulse a mob of his fellow Tuskens who were harassing Ki-Adi-Mundi, a feat that impressed the venerated Jedi High Council member, though it was seen as possibly too violent for the situation in terms of Mundi's ideology. When his company was attacked by Lanix, Het threw them out of the speeder. During their duel, Het and Singh engaged Force strikes, slamming each other into the walls with telekinesis as they dueled on a jungle planet in 30 BBY. He was able to nearly kill Obi-Wan Kenobi with a saber throw. Moreover, Kenobi did not breach his defenses with the Force until Het had had his hands severed by Kenobi, proving his formidability even more. During his time as a bounty hunter, Het destroyed a sealed wall in order to heed the call of Zozan's holocron seemingly without effort. As a Dark Lord in 44 ABY, he showed continuous mastery of the skill, such as when he effortlessly disarmed a Jedi, and later then yanked Abeloth back to himself and Luke via recalling his embedded severed hand, thus effectively countering her teleportation skills, even as the attack caused her very essence to seep from her wounds in tendrils of black dark side energy. Late in the battle, after being severely wounded and mutilated, Krayt floated in the air above Luke. According to Darth Plagueis, the power of self-levitation was impressive, and this is Darth Plagueis, arguably one of the most powerful Sith Lords of all time. And Luke Skywalker previously believed such was impossible for a Jedi outside of a low-gravity zone. Krayt also seemed to perform much better against Abeloth than Luke Skywalker, who in himself was perhaps the most powerful Force user to have ever existed. Luke was capable of combating against Abeloth multiple times. However, during their duel at the Lake of Apparitions, Krayt's sheer mastery over the Force and versatility with his Force abilities seemed to have purely overshadowed even the venerated Grand Master of the Jedi Order. Nearly a century later, Krayt threw Darth Malady to the ground without expressing any effort, making officials kneel before him as a pure superior. He disciplined Darth Nihil effortlessly in the Valley of the Dark Lords by briefly force choking him, and he redirected multiple stones thrown at him by Darth Wylock after holding the barrage in stasis. Once Krayt released his hold on the rocks as he flung them back, the traitor Wylock was forced to throw up a bubble of the Force to avoid death. Krayt could slam his foes with the Force, both in bursts to strike many foes as the Force pushes to even overwhelm a Jedi around. Krayt subjected Cade Skywalker to a Force strike to the head, chaining in Force attacks with saber blows with ease, befitting the Master of Nine Man that was not seen since the time of Exar Kun. While more renowned from the grandeur and force of his telekinetic might, Darth Krayt was also incredibly proficient and had immense precision and delicacy with the Force, such as when he was burdened by the Yuzong Vong parasites and armor. He nevertheless crafted his own holocron, which held many secrets and plans only Krayt was privy to. A process that required a Sith to make many microscopic tweaks with the Force while being in tune with the will or currents in it. Krayt was able to employ his powers for a more mundane utility, such as moving machines or unlocking locks effortlessly. We have to acknowledge the holocron feat just in one last moment. Darth Bane, the founder of the Rule of Two and author of the Dark Side itself, was unable to create his own holocron until he learnt the secret from an archive of knowledge that was placed by a hidden old Force-sensitive male, who was roughly 30 years older than Darth Xana at the time. Bane, even with his obelisk armor, which was stated to empower his connection to the Force and Force abilities, allowing him to use and implement various telekinetic feats that were previously thought impossible. Krayt was able to do this with relative ease, even while burdened by an even more agonizing form of torment in the Yuzong Vong. During his duel with Cade Skywalker in 138 ABY, his strength in telekinesis was such he could practically vaporize some of the stone pillars of the Sith Temple during his final duel with Cade. Krayt flung the Jedi around in this fight without showing much exertion at all, slamming Skywalker into things and dragging him across a wall like a child. It was believed that there would be no limit to what could be done with these telekinetic techniques, given enough power and wisdom, and had it been another 100 years, Krayt may have become the most powerful Force user in galactic history. The raw power of his Force lightning was enough to crumble stone columns in the Sith Temple and kill multiple Rakghouls with a single blast, killing hordes of beings who were literally fueled and birthed by the dark side of the Force, and none other than Karnus Mo, one of the founding Sith Lords. During an assassination attempt against him, he demonstrated immense power to surround his hand with lightning while fighting in melee. When faced with Celeste Maul's lightning, he was able to counter with his own, then began to overwhelm her, proving that even with the might of Celeste Maul and Karnus Mo, two of the most powerful Jedi and Sith that we know of, Krayt still remained unimpressed and was capable of contending with them. Indeed, even when she joined with Karnus Mo's spirit, Mo being such a master that Vader considered him to be as strong as Darth Sidious was in 19 BBY, he was unable to harm Krayt until he was backstabbed by Azlyn Ray, breaking his focus and power and leaving him with a hole in his body from her saber, allowing Celeste to exploit this, ultimately leading to Krayt's death at the hands of Darth Wylock after the Battle of Had Abaddon. Krayt could use his powers to create a shield and barrier with Force lightning to defend himself from those who threatened him. While burdened by his Yuzong Vong implants, Darth Krayt used Sith lightning to unlock the holocrons of Darth Bane, Endedu, and Nihilus simultaneously, forcing the spirits out of the catacombs and confines of their holocron. When they refused to give any sort of useful advice and attacked him, he closed them down with more lightning, proving his superiority over a shadow of these ancient lords. Krayt was capable of generating great precision with his lightning, as shown when he traced Darth Talon's body with dark side electricity, without hurting or touching her. His prowess with Force lightning exceeded that of Darth Wylock, evidenced when Krayt blocked the barrage with his bare hands effortlessly, before Krayt chose to take control of the situation and throw aside the traitor's lightning, destroying the terrain around them. Luke Skywalker was wary of being hit by his lightning. Moreover, even before becoming a Sith, Heck could slaughter squadrons of armoured Yuzong Vong soldiers who were using biological armour and were naturally immune to the Force, having been cut off from it many millennia prior. He was able to slaughter squads of these Yuzong Vong with blasts of lightning, and may have known how to use pyrokinesis to conjure fire against the Vong, though this may have been merely narrative flair of how he spoke of the battle. Our Head was a master of Force augmentation and could augment his physical capabilities, such as when he used his Jedi powers to be able to destroy droids with a single punch, very similar to Mace Windu in the Clone Wars 2003 TV show. Heck could leap from a speeder that crashed through a window, then, unharmed, attack the terrorists around him. Jedi of his time were expected to learn how to absorb energy and use two minutes, and as a Sith, he demonstrated skill in this regard, to the point much like Yoda or Revan. He could block Sith lightning with his bare hands. As a Sith, he also used Force speed and could leap great distances in the air, with the aid of the energy field that binds the universe together, the Force. His attacks sometimes struck more people when boosted with the Force. He knew the technique of battle strike. Krayt had a talent for seeing those he knew or sought after from afar, as well as foreseeing the future in the same vein as Yoda, Palpatine, and Anakin Skywalker, as he was able to foresee that he would be reborn and able to heal himself of his Yuzong implants. And when he foresaw the Galactic Alliance and fell Empire's tactics during the Battle of Tavias before they'd even come up with the plans themselves, predicting the future itself. He seemed to have a quarter of the Eye of Fate, according to Darth Wylock, the second most powerful Dark Lord at the time. The Force spoke to Darth Krayt, guiding him towards victory, such as he knew the war plans of his enemies before they had even devised them. Additionally, Krayt was able to survive falling off a cliff despite not being roasted with lightning from a near Sidious-like opponent working in harmony with his Jedi Master host just prior, and Krayt being impaled with a lightsaber shortly beforehand, and using the Force to soften his landing. Darth Krayt also mastered the ancient Sith techniques that prolonged life, allowing him to survive for far more than a century, despite his failing body when combined with the use of Force trance, although he was partially sustained through various stasis times, allowing him to immerse himself in the dark side uninterrupted. He thought he could have formed bonds with others given time and moral agreement. Krayt resisted the illusions and tricks of Darth Andedu, and he may have slowed down the flow of time for himself. He also demonstrated a certain degree of resistance towards mind tricks, such as when he tricked Darth Wylock into believing he was being affected by his mental powers. Wylock III, should be noted, had previously demonstrated his mental prowess when he decimated the ancient Sith Lord Darth Andedu in a battle of wills and illusions, and used his powers to make the members of the Malevolence cult slay one another, using pure Force illusion mastery. Krayt also had a very acute Force sense, demonstrated when he sensed Cade Skywalker healing his master during the massacre of Ossus insinuated by Krayt, halfway across the galaxy on Coruscant. Sensed Cade on the same planet, where millions lived, detected the emotional state of the young Skywalker, and when he sensed the presence of a spy within the Imperial ranks. As a Padawan, however, he had not yet developed such skills, and Masters Mundi and Galia were able to sense the future and the guidance of the Force better than he could. However, he was able to sense the impending danger and darkness as well as the Masters. As a shadow growing on the horizon, he also could, from across the galaxy, sense the intent of Vader and the 501st Legion going to purge the Jedi Temple and the death pains of the younglings as he had been there, as they echoed out through the streets of the Jedi Temple. The Emperor had also developed the rare ability to detect the Yuzong with the Force, something that barely any other Force users were ever able to do, with there only being two, that being Jason Solo, Darth Kaitis, and Luke Skywalker. As Het, he was able to detect Force sensitivity in others. Darth Krayt was noted too as a master in the Alter Environment skill, and able to control the weather of Korriban, such as by causing massive storms and flashes of lightning in the sky. Allegedly, this was done while he was in stasis, unlike other Sith Lords such as Tenebrae. Krayt did not require the use of rituals to bend the weather, and unlike Vitiate, Valkorion, or Tenebrae, was purely able to do this through his pure dark side attention and pure dark side connection. The leader of the Sith could also cloud his presence within the Force, veiling it from even other Sith and the Jedi Grandmaster. They were in the same room. Luke Skywalker could sense his dark affiliations, to the concern of the Jedi. Ben Skywalker and Vestara Kai, even with the help of her hounds, could not find Krayt when they were on Korriban. Luke Skywalker and Mara Jade were unable to use the Force to learn anything about him, other than his species and small whispers and echoes of his appearance. With the Grandmaster of the Jedi being baffled as how the Dark Man seemed to not exist in the future, yet also loom as a tyrannical threat. After he had returned from death, the Dreadlord was able to also conceal his allies from the Force sense of others. Krayt was also adept in the use of mind walking, allowing him to travel beyond shadows, such as when he aided Luke Skywalker defeat the entity Abeloth. He was also proficient in the use of Force Drain, which he used to battle against Abeloth, plundering and siphoning the energy's Force energy while harming her and Luke Skywalker, though at a great cost to himself. Krayt could employ Force deflection, at least against Force powers, and he had the defensive power to tremendous, to an immensely high margin. The Sith Lord could feed on the suffering of others, even to the point of briefly counteracting most of the physical detriments he suffered when he's ordered massacres on the homeworld of Mon Calar. Similarly, he could use his own anger for greater power. He was completely unaffected by Krayt Skywalker's devastating Force scream, without needing to offer any overt defense. Krayt would use the Force to augment and bolster his skills of deceiving and noticing things, and with great effort, he could use the Force against anything he saw within the same range as a solar system. He was also able to swiftly replenish his personal Force reservoir, something that Count Dooku, a notable Sith Lord who was on par with someone like Mace Windu, albeit slightly weaker, was unable to do. Had also had an affinity with the usage of telepathy, such that he held verbal telepathic conversations with those nearby, such as when he communed with the Jedi Zyzen, and encouraged her to try to survive, though ultimately she chose to give her life to bring the mission success. And Hetz held such a conversation when both of them were dogfighting in their starships, per to the standards of Grandmaster Kit Fisto, who was noted as one of the greatest Jedi of that time, on par with someone like Plo Koon. A Jedi being able to do things like this was a mark of great power in the Force, even to Master Fisto. When Order 66 was carried out, he, like Grandmaster Yoda, sensed the echoes and whispers of so many Jedi dying, being massacred by the clones, even feeling the echoes of the younglings that Vader slew personally in the Jedi Council chamber. As the Dark Lord, he made use of telepathy even more and dramatically, such as he would keep in mental contact with his most trusted servants at all times, including Wylock, Talon, and Nile, regardless of what planet they were on. His skill was shown again when he communicated with Darth Talon to release him from stasis on Korriban, just after he had resurrected himself. Almost a century before, much like his deeds in the Clone Wars, Krayt was able to mentally send whole sentences to Luke Skywalker, regardless of if the Grand Master desired this contact with the Dark Lord. Likewise, he forced Wylock III to listen to a mental description of his life story and philosophy just before killing the rebel. He could tempt others with the dark side. He could also read the minds of his followers while his body was in stasis. Darth Talon credited Krayt with being able to tear knowledge out of the mind of Marisa Fell. Krayt could detect lies, and could trick and confuse others with the Force, and as such would cause mental strain to opponents so that they would not pass out. After he resurrected himself, he sent a ripple through the very Force itself, a signal to all Sith in the entire galaxy, as well as 2 non-Sith who were associated with the dark side, alerting them to his return from death, and putting them on notice for his imminent reclamation of authority on Coruscant. As part of this resurgence through the Force, he empowered all of the Sith in the galaxy, save for the traitorous Wylock. Krayt was stated to have the power to command millions of soldiers with his will, mind-controlling armies of Sith troopers, something we've only seen from the likes of Palpatine on Biss. Palpatine was capable of dominating the minds of 20 billion people and draining their life energies. Similarly, Vitiate and Valkorion in the Old Republic era were capable of draining entire planets of their life force, mind-controlling and dominating armies of Sith warriors and troopers on the planet of Zyos, further consuming all life on Zyos with a death wave of his own making. Krayt was so skilled that he projected an illusion of Kade's possible future into the young Skywalker's mind, which shook Krayt a great deal, even with an immense amount of mental fortitude. Later, after subduing, killing, and resurrecting him, Krayt forced Kade to give a future of his own design, a realm of absolute fire, death, rebirth, and the ascendancy of the purest extension of the dark side of the Force, Krayt. Before turning to the dark side, Ashrat Het was trained to use Force healing, though the extent of his healing's ability is unknown. As a Jedi Knight, he would have expected to be capable of using Koto Salva when Abeloth cut off his hand in Beyond Shadows, a wound that would have normally transferred over to his physical form. He reclaimed and restored the hand, having sensed Abeloth's intentions. However, after the Battle of Had Abaddon, Krayt was finally able to completely cleanse himself of the Yuzong Von Gross as well as what would normally be severe mortal wounds, demonstrating that his skill in the Force healing had greatly augmented with his mastery of Dark Transfer. and also worthy of note due to the fact that the Yuzong Vong were almost impossible to touch with the Force, save for Sith lightning, which ultimately compelled Luke Skywalker and the Lost Tribe of the Sith to work together in order to defeat them. During his final duel with Cade Skywalker, Krayt revealed that when he experienced death on Had Abaddon, he discovered the rare dark side power of Dark Transfer, originally pioneered by Cade, allowing him to explosively augment his already considerable healing powers, even to the point of restoring his withered flesh to a fit and strong state such as that of a professional wrestler. Darth Krayt could also use Dark Transfer in tandem with Force Lightning to injure, maim, and kill, such as when he killed and resurrected Cade Skywalker during their final duel, much like how Cade himself used his Dark Transfer on his master Wolf Sazan. From beyond the grave, even after his final death in 138 ABY, the Sith Lord taunted Cade Skywalker that his proficiency with Dark Transfer had advanced and ascended to a degree which he would heal himself even from death itself, according to the testimony of Cade. In addition to learning Dark Transfer from his death, Krayt revealed that he could see shadow points in the world around him and chain the use of that power to augment his dark side healing or damaging powers, being able to break even lightsaber-resistant objects with his immense shadow point ability that was unrivaled across the history of the Lord, even by the prodigious Mace Windu. After his final death, Krayt's spirit claimed that he had learned the dangerous and devastating art of essence transfer and threatened to return to life within Cade Skywalker if his body was destroyed. Despite his boasts and claims, Krayt's spirit ceased to trouble Skywalker's mind after his body was burned, and in a twisted sense of irony, Darth Krayt's life had ended the same way it started almost 200 years prior, under the gaze of the blazing sun. Well, my acolytes, what did you think of this video? And what did you think on the pure power of Darth Krayt? This was quite a long one. Let me know if you want more videos on Darth Krayt. Truly one of the most intriguing Sith Lords to have ever lived, and a Sith Lord that I wish to review more thoroughly in the future. Farewell, my acolytes. I'll see you in a galaxy far, far away. Keep your wits about you, and remember, the Force will be with you, no matter how dark and treacherous the galaxy ahead may seem.
They say that I'm on the road, maybe I just lost control. These nights keep on taking toll. Find me out here on my own. Keep blowing up my phone. Maybe I just lost control. These nights keep on taking toll. They say that I'm on the road, maybe I just lost control. These nights keep on taking toll. Find me.
Greetings, back to the Archives, Tribe of the Sith, and acolytes of the One Sith organization. Welcome back to our embrace of knowledge. I have been expecting you. Recently peered the pages of history, determined to uncover ancient manuscripts as well as talismans back to the ancient days of Sith Empire, while fully attention to the Sith Order around and led Darth Krayt. Right ahead, the Dragon of the Sith was a truly formidable and nigh unopposable foe, rivaling the Force sensitivity of beings such as Vitiate, Starkiller, Valen, and various other exceptionally powerful Force sensitives who were innately gifted with the Force. Darth Krayt did away with the rule of two philosophy, established by Darth Brain over a millennia before his born, and established his own organization of the rule of one, many Sith as extensions of the will of a single leader. In pen and paper, this idea and ideology seemed perfect, but as the years progressed through Krayt's almost 2 centuries of life, he would come to realize that something on paper was not always perfectly implemented. Before Disney purchased the Star Wars franchise, there was an extensive library of media called the Expanded Universe, which wove a very future for the Empire and the Sith, with beings such as the Lost Tribe of the Sith, including of High Lord Sarasu Talon and Darth Vol, fighting against Abeloth, the accursed dark-side corrupted Celestial. While this is now referred to as Star Wars Legends, it culminated in the reign of Star Wars Legacy, in the reign of Darth Krayt and his army of the One Sith organization. So join us, grab a snack, gorge yourself on the deaths of millions as we prepare to immerse ourselves in the history of Darth Krayt's tyrannical regime. And I'd love your opinions on what Darth Krayt's rule of one philosophy really was, and how do you compare it to the rule of two. Darth Krayt is one Sith organization that was founded after the death of Sidious in 11 ABY and later 12 ABY, as well as the defeat of Abeloth. First appeared as the main antagonist in the 2006 Darth Horse comic series, Star Wars Legacy. Krayt has a fascinating and unique backstory with unique and surprising ties to previous Star Wars lore, including Order 66, the Great Jedi Purge, and Luke Skywalker. It's unusual his life experience that both led him to fall to the dark side and chose to reform the Sith Order, the very beings who he had fought to destroy almost a century before his descent into darkness. Under a new doctrine, one which he believes will bring peace and order to the galaxy, fixing what was broken, very similar to Count Dooku. In Legacy, 130 years have passed since the events of Return of the Jedi. Luke Skywalker is now dead, and only his descendants remain. Along with this, Leia Organa Solo and Han Solo were also both dead, dying years prior. Krayt now rules the galaxy as the most powerful Force-sensitive excluding Force entities there, and he seems to be nigh unstoppable. Krayt's new army of Dark Lords seemingly emerged from nowhere, carving a path of destruction with the Imperial Remnant and the Galactic Alliance at peace. However, Krayt has spent decades moving his forces behind the scenes, manipulating events and orchestrating the perfect battle against himself. However, Krayt has spent decades, and I mean that, decades, almost a century. He is able to overthrow Emperor Ronfell using cunning and manipulation, as well as patience, crush the Alliance, and form a new Sith Empire that bends the galaxy to his will, plunging the galaxy back into an era of darkness not seen since the Age of Sidious. He also nearly permanently exterminates the Jedi Order in a single blow, bringing back the last extinction of the Jedi Order in one savage strike, very similar to Darth Nihilus with the devastation of Qatar almost 3 centuries earlier, and Darth Sidious with Order 66 over a century and a half earlier. While his new empire is brutal, effective, and merciless, he's aware of its one glaring weakness. All that keeps the one Sith together is Krayt and his perceived nigh unlimited power. If he were to die or be compromised in any way, rendered incapacitated or useless, with not any strong enough candidate having beaten him in a duel or deemed him weak, he knows the old ways of treachery will tear his united Sith Order apart, and the old ways of the treachery that bag on the rule of two and defined it would seep back into the Sith philosophy. Darth Krayt is immensely powerful, perhaps the most powerful Darksider ever, and worthy of the fear he inspired in all, even the legendary Skywalker lineage. There is a reason that the Skywalkers called him the Dark Man. However, he holds a desperate secret, one which makes him crusade for urgency all the more pressing. Krayt is dying from a gruesome condition that would have perished long ago, if it was not for his immense command of the dark side and periods in a stasis chamber. To top it off, Darth Krayt is far older than any of his followers could imagine. In his first life, he was a Jedi Knight who fought in the Clone Wars named Ashirad Het, fighting as a Jedi General on the front lines with his battalion. Het was unique amongst the Order. His father, Shirad Het, had also been a legendary Tusken Jedi. Shirad served in the time of relative peace in the High Republic era before the Clone Wars and Dooku departed the Order, and eventually grew weary of serving the Order. He was allowed to leave, and wound up on Tatooine, where he won the respect of the Tusken Raiders and became a fearsome warlord. He also took a human woman who he had adopted and been raised by the Tuskens as his wife. Together, they had their son, Ashirad Het, and lived in relative peace. Shirad was eventually located and found by Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi, who hoped to recruit Shirad to return and help against his newly discovered Sith adversaries with the defeat of Darth Maul on Naboo. However, Shirad was killed by bounty hunter Oro Singh in a battle orchestrated by legendary crime boss Jabba the Hutt, and with his dying words, he made Ki-Adi promise to accept his son into the Jedi Order so he could learn about his latent Force sensitivity. Ashirad is initially trained by Master Mundi, still clinging to his Tusken culture. Together, they are able to track down Aurra Sing. Het overpowers her, but only by giving in to his anger. Though tempted to kill her, he controls his rage, manipulating it, not letting it control him like Anakin would, and allows the bounty hunter to be arrested by the Republic. Initially, he feels guilt for tapping into the dark side, but this is merely the beginning of his descent into darkness. He eventually sheds his Tusken Raider mask and robes and serves as a general during the Clone Wars. He fights alongside Anakin Skywalker, commenting that the two share many similarities. He has no knowledge and idea that Anakin hates the Sand People and Tuskens for killing his mother, but Anakin redirects his rage at their enemies rather than take it out on Het. Het survives Order 66, but leaves his life as a Jedi far behind. Feeling betrayed and lost, he returns home to Tatooine and becomes a Tusken warlord like his father, becoming the head point of many Tuskens. This is fine until he raids and upsets certain homement named Obi-Wan Kenobi. The two duel and Kenobi wins, even despite giving an impressive fight. Kenobi cuts off Het's arm and shames him in front of the other Tuskens. With no choice but exile, Asherad becomes a bounty hunter. His exploits eventually lead him to Korriban, where he discovers ancient Sith holocrons and begins listening to their teachings of over 7 millennia prior, including the holocron of Zozan. However, he doesn't truly fall until he's captured by an extraterrestrial race named the Yuzong Vong. They torture and experiment on him with their biotech, embedding a coral seed deep within him. Slowly, his body is enveloped in armored spines, but the coral is growing inwards as well, and will eventually render him a mindless zombie. He escapes eventually and returns to Korriban, lecturing himself in more secrets of the Sith to extend his lifetime. He has seen so much war and chaos that he knew he must bring the galaxy to heal. However, he saw the failings of the old Sith and spurns their advice, instead forming his new army of the one Sith. When he re-emerges, Asherad Head is dead, and there is only Darth Krayt remaining. Darth Krayt almost succeeds in his schemes and machinations, but he is betrayed by his closest advisor and forced to reclaim his throne, and establish his power base once again. He also has to contend with the deposed Emperor Rodan Fel, the Galactic Alliance, and the remaining Jedi. This proves to be too much, and he is overwhelmed and slain by the last remaining Skywalker, Cade Skywalker. After his death, the One Sith go into hiding. They attempt to reconsolidate, but are betrayed from a Sith within named Darth Red, who seeks to reinstate the rule of two. He orchestrates a battle that sees the One Sith utterly obliterated, and with that act, Darth Krayt's century-spanning legacy of terror and regime, as well as all remnants of his memory, come to a final and gruesome end at the hands of the Sith. Darth Krayt's ideology sought to do away with treachery, having every single Sith a servant of him, and not doing away with treachery. Seeing that the Sith had a massive failure, he saw Palpatine as an idol, and exceptionally being powerful on the dark side of the Force after his fall. However, he saw one main crucial imprint that Palpatine had failed to disclose. Palpatine should have done away with the rule of two. Darth Krayt saw the rule of two as nothing. He saw it as useless. Once he saw that the ancient Sith had an army of Sith, he believed it was more useful. Darth Krayt was incredibly intelligent, don't get anything wrong about that. He saw the rule of two as incredibly useful for the time that it worked, but now, the rule of two's time in his eyes had expired. It was time for a new age, an age of the new Sith, and the new Sith led by Krayt did everything without mercy. Darth Krayt thought that Palpatine should have done away with the rule of two era as soon as he had been instated as Emperor, tutoring and learning an army of Sith acolytes as powerful as Darth Vader, learning them in the ways of the Force to harness their hatred and manipulate the dark side like no other. Very similar to Mara Jade, except of being Emperor's hands. They would be apprentices, isolated to only themselves. They trusted no one, except the Emperor himself, who had bound their will to his. Krayt saw this as the perfect way for Palpatine's rule to be solidified. He saw that Vader's attack and betrayal on the hands of the second Death Star and throwing Palpatine down the reactor shaft, absolutely dispersing his power base and dissipating all remnants of the Galactic Empire, throwing the entire Galactic Empire and galaxy into turmoil with the Empire's remnants. Darth Krayt saw that if there had been an army of Sith acolytes at Palpatine's disposal that Darth Vader was aware of, this attack never would have happened, as Darth Vader most likely would have been too fearful of the acolyte's wrath in order to incur his master and kill him. Of course, Darth Vader would eventually succumb to his wounds from Palpatine's immensely destructive Force lightning that was almost capable of harming and overwhelming the Tutor-Minus of Yoda, someone who was exceptionally skilled. Another flaw Krayt saw with the rule of two is that if Palpatine had an army of Sith acolytes, then his defeat an Endor would have been nearly nothing. The next most powerful Sith acolyte would have ascended to the throne and become the new figurehead of the Empire, taking over the Empire's remnants, the Emperor's hand, and allowing Darth Vader a new challenge. Darth Vader, of course, by this time would be dead. Luke Skywalker would be inexperienced. Despite being exceptionally innately powerful, there is no chance in my mind that a fully Darth Vader level power of beings and acolytes that Darth Sidious has trained personally. It should even be important to note that Palpatine never trained Vader personally, and only had various beings in his battlefield experience as a Jedi ever attend to training with him, due to the fact he did not want him to increase more in power. Darth Krayt saw a few flaws within the Rule of Two, but thought it was good for the time period it was enabled for. But after Palpatine cemented his rule under the grip of the ironclad rule of the Sith, Darth Krayt abused and thought that Palpatine should have done away with the ideology. He should have had an army of acolytes to attend to his every single need, and if he ever was to die, the strongest acolyte would take his place and murder and eviscerate every single being who would ever wrong the Galactic Empire. So what did you think, my acolytes and students, of this lecture? What did you personally agree? Did you think Darth Krayt's one Sith ideology, focusing on every single Sith, thousands in fact, as extensions of a single leader, focused on Darth Krayt? Did you think it was a perfect ideology? With Darth Krayt, if he had have died, the entire Empire would go back to their warmongering, treacherous ways? Or did you agree with Palpatine that the Rule of Two was something that needed to be continued, and the legacy of Darth Bane continued to be preserved? Farewell, my acolytes. I'll see you in a galaxy far, far away. And remember, kneel before the feet of the Dark Man.
Greetings, acolytes of darkness, students of Korriban, and the warriors. Reconsider portions of fleet. Here, the form star with you or clone to utilize jar craft as in 60. Great event, the dark side, after learning from the teams of those. One was on Toleron, you discovered Korriban in the Keg of the Anakin Sidious were both Sith Lords and were the reigning figures of the galaxies and Palpatine and Darth Vader. All of Darth Krayt's journey, living for nearly 2 centuries, that could ever challenge or annoy the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was very rarely ever injured or hurt due to his nigh unrivaled Force connection, only surpassed by the offspring of the Chosen One, Emperor Vitiate, and few, if any, others. However, today we're going to be delving in to a certain organic device and biological form of weaponry that was employed into Darth Krayt during his time in captivity in the Yuzong Vong. After he ventured to the unknown regions, Krayt was kidnapped by the Yuzong Vong, and today we will be going over the Yorick Cool, the various torture methods used for slaves in the Yuzong Vong Empire. Prepare, one Sith acolytes, as we venture into the depths of the unknown regions, and remember, unknown does not mean empty. Some say that the coral implants ruin our slaves, only the weak ones. These words were uttered by a Yuzong Vong slaver. Uric Cool, or Surge Coral in the Galactic Basic Standard, was an organic biological device utilized by the Yuzong Vong Empire. Surge Coral was implanted into various slaves, which would then allow the slaves to reveal mental commands from a Yamos or a Duriham. This, however, came at a cost, since the wearers would eventually lose their sentience, becoming mindless, enormous shields with thick shields of armor that had one purpose, which was to exist as cannon fodder, very similar to stormtroopers, throwing themselves as enemies, not risking their lives, only having their lives on the line for the sake of their Yuzong Vong Empire, not existing with any sort of hierarchy or rank, as the majority of the Yuzong Vong often did. Surge coral often causes its wearers to grow thin and vanish in the Force entirely. Eventually, the Shapers developed surge coral that was less detrimental to the slaves, which only caused extreme agony, instead of turning them into mindless drones that were just used as human shields on the battlefield. Jason Solo, later known as the Sith Lord Darth Krayt, and one of the most powerful Force users in all of galactic history, was implanted with surge coral after he was captured by the Yuzong Vong, which eventually allowed him to sense the Yuzong Vong through the Force, a feat that was rarely, if ever, replicated. Asherad Het was also a victim of said implantation during his own time as the captive of the Yuzong Vong Empire. Over a century later, Het, as Darth Krayt, was plagued and slowly being killed by the surge coral's effects, with the Yuzong Vong implant slowly feeding on Krayt's life. Krayt was thus motivated to find and use Kate Skywalker to heal him of implants, using Krayt's unique Force abilities in order to be able to heal him. By 127 ABY, the Sith Lady Darth Malady and Zenit Kwa of the One Sith had created a strain of Yorick Cool that, after implanted, would grow when exposed to Force lightning, causing extreme, agonizing, even excruciating pain and even death, causing the Vongros to completely corrupt them, making their skin thin fields of armor that could be used in the Yuzong Vong military, with them running at various opponents, with their armor being injured but not fatal unless used with a specialized form of weaponry. Well, my friends, what did you think of this rather shorter video on the Yuzong Vong implantations that almost ended the life of the Lord of the One Sith, Darth Krayt? We are trying to produce more lore over the next year and hope to get to at least 100,000 subscribers in 2023. So if you are really liking the content that I'm producing, please click the subscribe button down below and click the like button. Share this with your friends if you know they're as into Star Wars lore as you, or just have a little perk of interest for the galaxy far, far away. That's all from me, and remember, my friends, kneel before the dragon of Zakul.